Greetings, everybody. My name is Coin. Welcome back to another episode of The Legend of Zelda Tears of the Kingdom. Before we get started, I would like to take a moment and just thank our contributors during this month's cycle. I would like to thank Mr. Rowan Darcy for their continued Prime Gaming subscription. Please enjoy all the benefits that come along with such a subscription. Thank you very much. While I do not have any one-off patrons, or any one-off contributions from other sources, I would like to continue to thank Mr. Rasby the Player for their Valkyrie tier subscription. Your contribution really means a lot to me, good sir. Please enjoy the benefits that come along with that subscription. If you guys want your names on the placards that I just read from, gotta chuck some change at me. It's the smallest way I have to give back. $1 through Patreon or Coffee is the easiest way to make that happen, or a $2 donation or higher will have your name be placed on the placard. There are other avenues, of course, and those are in my link tree in both the description on YouTube toward the bottom, as well as in the underneath the video player on Twitch. Should be the bottom right hand corner of the banner before you get to the tabs and stuff. Let's play the camera minigame. And greetings, Mr. Jason. Good to see you. Hopefully you're doing well in body and mind, and hope you enjoy your stay. You've come in just in time for both a sort of request to my audience as well as the recap. Let's go over what happened last time. Last time, we went into Lurelin Village. We went into the Rebella Wetlands, grabbed the tower, saw a few people strung along the main path or up in the wetlands that were hiding, waiting for the pirates that had attacked Lurelin Village to come out or to disappear. We went and dealt with that whole process. We liberated the village. We built all the buildings back up. The only thing that's really left to do in Lurelin Village is to grab the boat. And the boat is over here on TotK Island, probably. So, what does that mean? I'm not in a rush to go to TotK Island just to get that back. So, we're gonna elect to get that on our way to dealing with other things. Now, I've come to a sort of ask about what's going to happen next. So I tried to farm this morning, but very quickly got tired. So I went back to bed. I wake up, I make the thumbnail. It took me, I hope everyone enjoys the thumbnail, by the way. It took me a bit over an hour and a half to, make the clouds and everything in that. Probably should have, added some extra dispersal on the dirt, but at least, I think the cloud detailing is pretty good. As a result, I did not get a chance to farm more than, say, 30 ore, 30, 40 ore. So what I would like to, and I think I'll probably make the executive decision on, but I hope people won't be too terribly upset with me if, we take 30-ish minutes to, say, peruse a part of the underground and I can get some ore. Maybe we can find some mines. Go battle some enemy encampments. I hate doing this on stream, but this week has not been good for me farming anything. Just FYI. I'm also spread really thin right now. Mr. Jason says, wow, Mr. Coin, I forgot how good the Team Flare battle theme is. The battle themes are usually a bop in Pokemon. Usually. You're playing Pokemon Y right now? Nice, nice. Yeah, that is where the 18th type debuted, if I remember nope. Yes? Yeah, I think fairy type debuted in X and Y. I never spotted any in Pokemon Sun, but that doesn't mean they weren't there. I'm pretty sure that's when that type came out. So if you do find the fairy types, congratulations. Mr. Jason says, I enjoy seeing coin. Thank you. The thumbnail's an added bonus. Also, thank you. Welcome on in, Destructus. Good to see you. Hopefully you're doing well in body and mind, and hope you enjoy your stay. Destructus asks how everyone is doing. I'm doing okay. I just got finished not that long ago making my cup of peppermint tea. Not to the level of sweetness I want it, but it works for me. And I made some hash browns this morning, so I'm nourished, I'm fed. We have the thumbnail up. We've already done the recap. We're about to get this show on the road. And we're going to start by, unfortunately, probably spending about half the ore I managed to farm so that we could go find the bargainer statue down here. And Destructus also asks how the folks on Twitch are doing. So if you guys want to respond to that, feel free. Otherwise, I'm not going to, I won't force anything. Mr. Jason says, before Pokemon X and Y released, dragons ruled supreme, but now they're fairy nerfed. Yeah, fairy type is wild, man. I enjoy fairy type. It's not my favorite thing in... Oh, but now they're very nerfed. But it also works. Yes, they're fairy nerfed. Is it just me, or... I feel like my sound's a bit quiet on my side. Hang on. No, I think it's just because I have the box... I have the window unit running behind me, and so now everything has like a muffled sound to it, just a little bit. I will probably also have to step away for a moment when we're done farming ore, because I need to transfer laundry over. Yes, me doing productive things today, but yes, I need laundry. That's gotta happen. I gotta make that happen. So that was already in the process of happening, but I need to finish making it happen. Really? I guess it would kind of wrap around, wouldn't it? Alright, and unfortunately, I'm all fresh out of pose, too. I literally exchanged them for like 20-something puff shrooms. I also did pick up a few, but so our supplies of puff shrooms are just fine. There's gotta be something in here. Yup. I should have looked at the map. Why is this its own location? Do all of the spring locations have an altar? And I just missed the previous two or something? Let me make sure I've not missed anything. Okay. No, we're all good here. But yeah, I'm feeling great. And I can't wait for this weekend. Even though I think we're going to be -1 this weekend, I am looking forward to spending time with friends. We play tabletop games together, as I think I've probably alluded to several times. And I know we talked about D&D, like, a minor amount. We have played D&D before. And I'm kind of the newest one playing it, but I have played D&D. I'm familiar with it despite that, though. Okay, so it's like facing this way. So I guess what I'm considering is this a actual bargainer statue, or... Yeah, it is. Okay. I just had to take a second and think about it. He says, well, very much simultaneously running into problems. And as soon as we get up here, we should be able to get our energy back. And I think I've told you guys that I'm probably the proud owner of a new reboot for my campaign. But it's gonna be nice to hang out with friends this weekend. I have not seen them in like 3-4 weeks, basically. So, it's gonna be nice to get out of the house. Welcome on in, Mr. Rasby. Good to see you, good sir. I hope you're doing well today, in both body and mind, and I hope you enjoy your stay. You've come in just in time. I had to break down and ask for some forgiveness with a half hour of farming for today. Let's see, then there's an exchange. Mr. Rasby says, pack the bags. Oh, headed somewhere special, hopefully somewhere fun. I sure hope so. Taking trips can be nice. Destructus says, I'm just watching Zebra Gamer. You're sad he stopped YouTube, but it's nice that he wants to focus on family. A lot of people that are like getting to be part of the old guard in YouTube are doing that. Matt Pat did that. Let's see, Felix or PewDiePie did that. PewDiePie would be the screen name. Like quite a few people have done that, which is really nice. It's nice to be able to rest on your laurels after you've worked hard and just enjoy the fruits of your labor or otherwise find other ventures. I'm pretty sure both Markiplier and Jacksepticeye have also kind of... They still make content, but they're focused on like actual movie or like voice acting productions, so... That's also always nice. Let's see. Mr. Jason says, by the way, Mr. Coin, I've also backed up my Pokemon X and Y save data so that you can use PK hacks. I'll give you a prime example. He received a Bulbasaur with a Venusaurite Megastone from the professor in Lumio City with my copy of Pokemon Y. You went and evolved it straight to a Venusaur years ago. With the PK Hex now, you've managed to revert it back to being a Bulbasaur. Makes sense. Rasby says, did the chore for Sunny. Oh, the pack the bags probably has to be a Godfather reference. Yeah, Mr. Rasby? Did I parse that correctly? I assume you were being, straight. But if that's a Godfather reference, that's also fine. Gotcha. Understood. You who stand before me, make an offering. Offer pose to me. Spirits that ought to return to the afterlife. They are pitiful beings who have lost their way home and wander this land. I am the one who returns all pose to the afterlife without prejudice. Destructus says, I want to go into voice acting, but I don't know if anyone will allow a 15-year-old kid to be a voice actor. Maybe. Child actors are typically on the downswing because... Hannah Montana, the Jonas Brothers, music or child actors just... They tend to fall into some rabbit holes in order to keep up with the schedule, and drug use or drinking is typically part of that. But that's just me. But I mean, yeah, build up your portfolio. It'll at least build up your voice work if nothing else. Raspy says, yesterday you went to a board game club? Oh, that's nice. There's this board game coffee place that opened 4 months ago. Been there once in 3 months. I mean, it's a start, right? You gotta start somewhere on hanging out. Hanging out with people. We all need to find a real-world venue to hang out with each other in. And when I say each other, I mean humanity. Well, there's no way in hell I'd ever be able to put a venue together for us all to meet face to face. That's super silly. Destructus says, although you got a role for a voice acting role in a Stickman tournament. Nice. They'll be voicing a gray character who was born in 2012 and has the ability of Portals 1. I'm going to assume that's like a beginner or like novice portals, that if I'm tracking that right. The voice acting role for the Stickman tournament, but you haven't got the script because he hasn't animated it yet. Well, I mean, you could probably put together the dregs of voice acting if you knew like what the character was not only going to do, but also like what the plot was. If you know what the plot is, you can voice act. I'm gonna keep this dialogue moving, and then I will read messages in 1 second. Good, evil, that's the feudal perspective of narrow-minded beings. There's no such distinction in wandering spirits. I take it you have encountered my brethren. Stay a moment. Mr. Jason says he also went to a board game place and you and your friends got really involved in playing a game of Scrabble. Nice. Not my cup of tea, but I'm fine with wordsmithing, but I'm terrible at coming up with words on the spot. Or like, I don't know, Scrabble, I'm fine with wordplay, but I have trouble when I'm limited to 7 letters. That, like, there's some thinking involved, but Scrabble kind of messes that up for me. You were so interested that you lost track of time and almost missed the last bus time. Oh, that would have been not great. So you ran to catch it, and some of the pieces fell out of the box. Since then, my friends kept asking me what the word on the street was. That is a long setup for a joke, but it was a good one. You had me up until the last sentence, and then I realized what was going on. Destructus says, oh, the portal one was a typo? Okay, so it's just portals. Got it. Destructus says he's very silent on that. Well, it's kind of hard for you to do your work if you don't get him to tell you what the plot is. So, maybe ask nicely if there's like something of an idea for you to work on. If you have an idea, you can at least fill in the gaps. Mr. Rasby says, man, at the English club, we had a question, soft game. You'd pick a person you think is most likely to match the question and someone who is most likely to talk to strangers and make a friend, and not one person pointed to you. Even if for extrovertedness and other stuff, you're pointed at... wait, what? I was pointed at wordplay, roleplay, wordplay, and foreplay. Wait... Is this just a long setup for a joke? I kind of feel like it's not. No, that's not an offense, and maybe I'm being dense, but I could definitely, that is a type A of group activity. I could see. Oh, you meant Jason's statement as a joke. Got it. Yep. Thank you for the clarification, Mr. Rasby. Oh, yep, okay, yep, But the pointing was how you picked the person? Cool. I think pointing is kind of like a... I think that would have been bad. My brother and I have combined our power to create the Tunic of Memories. If you desire it, you must make a suitable offering. I'm willing to bet is 400. Tunic of Memories is... Ah, it's the Breath of the Wild set, and yeah, or Breath of the Wild tunic, and yes, I do need 400 posts for that. Cool. Nobody pointed that out. Visit me again when you have an abundance of wandering spirits. Okay, let's grab our hover bike again, and we're gonna get out of here after we've gotten this puff shroom. That probably did not feel particularly great, huh? People, people not pointing to you for this or that, or like or they point at you to answer weird things and not anything else. Mr. Rasby says, but yeah, at the board game club yesterday, you made some friends. Or you met people. You made acquaintances. That's like that. That's a good first step. Is just making some acquaintances. You feel pretty good that you're confident and can talk to pretty much anyone. That's good. You think the other person was especially friendly and hence why they got picked? Makes sense. And this is just kind of like to build a bridge off of that, but has anyone like told you that you have like, you know, RBF or whatever? That's not to say I think you have it. I'm just asking if you've been asked that. Just for clarification, so there's no sorry, let me type that out. That's what I mean. I was curious if anyone has ever told you or, you know, asked you if you think you have this. Because I know I don't have it, but I know that that other people that quote unquote have the frowning face. That's really what RBF is. Their faces are a constant scowl. Or they're constantly frowning. There's just never a smile on their face. That's usually what RBF is. Mr. Resby says when you went bald the first time this year, someone asked you if you're on probation or regularly sentenced. Yeah, like, for the record, I'm not saying that that's a particularly great question or great thing to tell someone, but if you do have RBF or people think you have it, they're really not going to tell you that you're friendly. They're not going to think you're friendly. They're going to think they're going to think that, well, you're not nice. As weird as that is. Okay, what is going on with... There we go. That's a bit better. Mr. Resby says, yes, at uni when you don't speak, you had a dead inside face. Oh, that's a different face. A DIF. That we called that the lizard face, the Mark Zuckerberg face. The deadpan, wide-eyed face. Sometimes it's a grimace, sometimes there's a frown. But almost always, it's the stare, the deadpan stare right into the camera. Mr. Razzie says, I don't sleep on benches, though. Resting bench face. Well, I couldn't, to be honest, Mr. Razzie, I couldn't tell you why they call it, you know, resting bitch face. I really, really couldn't. Okay, I need to, like, let this... I need to put down a new smoke cloud. I need to be careful. Ooh. I want all your parts. I don't want them strewn about everywhere. Thank you very much. Not sure you were asked that. You doubt the term is popular here. That's fair. That's totally fair. It's the sort of question that makes people sad. Because it's like, oh, people think I'm mean. Like, that's probably like the... Oh, are you serious? Alright, sure. Stop. Is there another one? Is there another one? I need to know if there... Ah, yes. Don't even think about... I really need just enemies to not be on the screen anymore. Mr. Resby says, I kept being asked if you're sad a lot across the years because of your dead inside face, but that's it. Yeah, like... Okay, there is a second one, and I just missed him the first time. Got it. Raspy says, I look like teenage Heisenberg because of the acne and the ongoing slash on-growing beard. Yeah, actually, you do kind of have that face. Of course, I don't think you're teenage Heisenberg. Like, your face, I've seen it a couple of times. It's filled out. You don't exactly young Heisenberg. That I will accept. You don't look like you have, you know, age wearing you down. Which, for the record, that's a good thing. Please, I hope you take that as a compliment, because it means that, you know, outside of the acne, you know, you manage your stress well, and you take care of yourself. Having a nice, good, clean face makes a heck of a lot of difference. The only thing you probably really have to do is find reasons to consistently smile. Once you do that, and you know, you flood your face with endorphins, you'll really glow up. Mr. Resby says, "Oh really? I feel like my face is worn off. Good lord, I can't read. Hi, I'm Jared. I'm 19, and I never learned how to freaking read." Sorry, I just had to say that. Because I get the feeling I'm going to be tongue-tied again today. What was I saying? You like the Heisenberg look? Good, good. That's awesome. It's always important to like who you are, like yourself. At least in physical appearance, that's always a start. It's better than nothing. Rasby says, "Hello, I am Rasby, and I'm not an actual criminal." Exactly. But if you find reasons to smile, I think, and like smile consistently, I hate to say this because it's you Europeans can tell me if this is true or not, but we Americans are known for grinning like an idiot a lot. We're known for grinning for no apparent reason. So if you find ways to flood your face with those kinds of emotions, you'll glow up no problem. That or makeup. There's always makeup, but then at that point, you know, people are going to be wondering if it's fake. So endorphins and having your body produce like bilirubin and other natural pigments to flood your face is just going to be a lot better. Mr. Resby says you smile a lot when talking to people and having a good time. Good. I'm glad to hear that. Now, did we? I feel like I stepped too far from the hover bike already. Rasby says, I felt so much more comfortable today and yesterday. You accepted that you walk weird. Hold on. Is there... I think I've lost our dear friend, the hover bike, which is fine, because I've about run out of time. I think I've got maybe 5 minutes before we need to, like, head on over to the surface. So that's fine. We're just gonna destroy... We're gonna drop this, grab that, destroy this, so that we can outfit a couple of new weapons later. Mr. Jason says, I assume you're not a fan of misplacing the hover bike, eh, Mr. Coin? Yes. I totally forgot the laugh track yesterday. I just got tired, and then I pretty much stayed tired. I feel like I need to, like, replace my mattress or whatever. Because a part of the bed springs, because I have a spring mattress where I sleep on, just gonna, like, move quick. Are bent down. I actually sleep at a slant in my bed now, which tells me I need to, like, flip it to the other side so I can, like, or rotate it around, not flip. I don't want to make people think I'm flipping over my mattress. That's not what's happening. Rotate my mattress so that I can start sleeping properly again. And then when that side wears out, then I could think about a new mattress. not beforehand. You really gotta wear your furniture out if you don't have much money. Mr. Rasby says, once you accept that you walked weirdly and suddenly stopped trying to look good and own the rugged, old, non-fancy clothes and style, and you kind of really like that, you feel like you just blend in. Blending in's never bad. Some people prefer that. And if that works for you, that's all that's important. Me, personally, I need to feel like I don't need to feel like I'm wearing $1 million, but I do feel like I need to wear nice stuff. Like I wear my business shirts on stream for a reason. It's one of the few times where, it makes sense for me to dress up and look nice for my audience. And I try to look nice when I'm going out because you never know who's gonna decide to talk to you, and I want to make a good impression. So wearing good clothes help with that. Mr. Resby says, I keep having a spotlight on me, and it's chill to blend in. That's fair. Yeah, I totally get that. What can I say? I guess that's the difference between the more introverted type and the more extroverted type, right? I'm the more extroverted type, so I don't mind if the spotlight's on me. I don't want it on me forever, but I don't mind the spotlight, socially speaking. Mr. Rasby says, if your house was slanted the right way, your door would automatically always close. Too true. Too true. That would be a nice piece of tech. You wouldn't even have to, get up and close doors. They also wouldn't stay open without a door wedge or a door stop, though, so mileage varies on that one. Mr. Rasby says, your mom keeps telling you to go buy new clothes, and you somewhat agree. The thing, I would, old clothes are fine, and, even holes, because I know people wear jeans with holes in them. The half-eaten jeans are kind of part of the style, right? But if your clothes have holes in places where they shouldn't have holes, I know from personal experience, a lot of my loungewear has holes in spots that relegated them to loungewear in the first place. And some loungewear is bedroom wear, some other loungewear is outdoor clothes, and that I'm totally fine with that. If holes get to places where you don't want them, it's probably time to get some new clothes. Okay, I think I'm heading in a passageway kind of around where I was trying to go. It might be okay, though. We'll have to see. You were saying you somewhat agree, but on the other end, being dressed like this and having the background that you have, you might set an example that the person makes the clothes, not the other way around. That's fair. If the clothes make the man, then you have the means to remake yourself, right? 10 points to anyone who catches the reference. Did I miss a message? I think I did. I'm sorry, I was busy carrying a conversation, Mr. Jason. My bad. With a mattress like that, do you wake up with a spring in your step? The forced laugh is not because it was forced. The forced laugh is because it's true, but I don't like it. But I did see your message, Mr. Jason. I promise. I should have read it earlier, though. Sorry. What was I saying? Mr. Rasby says, I think half of my colleagues in high school were living in slanted houses. I mean, if you live on a hill, I suppose it could be on a slant, yeah. They always kept leaving the doors open as a habit. Yeah, fair. You go on to say, you never had holes in regular good outside clothes. They only became decolored and dusty. Well, your body's probably a normal size then. so you don't get chafing or anything or your clothes don't rub together in a way where holes show up. I'm round. Round is a shape that I am. I'm comfortable in my saying that, even if I don't like it. And my round shape makes certain parts of my clothes rub together all the time. And so as a result of that, I get holes. Mainly around thighs. But, like, only around that part. Oh, no. Did I? Oh, no. No. I did not want to bump into this. Frick. I thought this was like a random structure. Oh, okay. Well, it's easy enough to, like, not be here. Okay. I guess I should have looked at the ornate structure and went, you think that might be an important spot? And, you know, you should bring the appropriate person there? Yeah, probably. That probably should have occurred. I think we've run out of time, though. I'm 3 minutes over. Why don't we get our start here in the tower and start cleaning out Koroks, I actually don't think I got any ore other than that, like, 2 encampments. Which stinks, honestly. Let's see. Mr. Raspy says, when AWS, I assume that's an acronym. Sorry. Someone put a meme that some people couldn't use their smart mattresses because the Amazon servers were down controlling it, and they were angled oddly. My God, that sounds like a nightmare. I could not imagine, having a mattress and having people code it, like remote control my mattress to be at a slant or whatever. I'm worried that if my mattress, sincerely folded, maybe people would try to kill me or something. Like an auto-folding mattress is not particularly good. If people want to know how we're getting all our Korok seeds, or follow along, as we grab all of them in each of the regions, do feel free to type in, do feel free to type in, Mr. Jason is already on top of it, ! TotK MAP, and I will do the same demonstration on YouTube right now. Sure hope the bot's not. Oh no. Okay, nope, that is still the bot on Twitch. Did the bot the bot is working. I just think it's not recognizing my commands, which is fine. If other people can do it, that's the important part. Let me go back and catch up on chat here, and then I'll keep marking things down. Mr. Jason says, golfers always take a spare pair of trousers just in case they get a hole in one. Oh. That's a good one, though. That is a good one. Mr. Raspy says, my bedroom clothes do have holes in them sometimes. Yep. I relegate the stuff with holes a bit too close for comfort as bedclothes, where I can hide it really easily, and or don't have to hide it if I don't need to. Mr. Raspy says, what do you mean, bro? Just sleep on it. And then, yes, matracination. The title, Wandering in the Wetlands, that is how you would describe parties you attend to. Fair. I was just looking for something apropos more than anything. That's all. Let's see. Okay, I know. It's like... I'm willing to bet that's like a target, if I had to guess. Ah, yep, thought so. It's like right here. And we're gonna get started over here. Mr. Jason says, well, I'm sorry. Mr. Rasby says, well, the title feels relatable to me at least. That's totally fair. Just, when you say wandering in the wetlands, then, or when someone says that, and that's relatable to you for party situations, is that because you're lost and unsure where to go in, you know, social venues, social situations, and so on? Because if so, I do get that. Mr. Jason says, Mr. Coin, my Greninja Pokemon Wise just surfing on every opposing Pokemon. That probably feels pretty good. Okay. Oh, this is why it was back there. This is exactly why it was back there. Sure, we could... Nope, that is... I need to put this down and like so. Ploink! This is certainly something else. Mr. Jason says, 9 times out of 10, it's a one-hit KO. Nice, nice. Mr. Raspy says, is this how slanted your mattress is? Sure, it's not actually that slanted. I would say it's probably like a 10 or 12 degree slant. And also, I guess by slant, I should get more specific. So it's like, actually, this is a great time to whip out the pointer. Where is it? So slant is like, I'll do that, play that motion one more time. It's like, it almost makes a, it's like a compressed V shape. So it's not a gradient. So yes, a place for stashing. It's a place where, it's a place I don't like on my bed, I'll tell you that. And of course, again, that's on the side that I enter in from. The opposite side, which is not quite flush against the wall, but, you know, it is almost next to the wall, is perfectly fine. I just need to take the time and rotate it around. I'll probably do that after today. 2 reminders, just for, you know, anyone that's listening in or whatever. We are running a vote today. Along with the, I need to, like, pay attention, for, like, 2 seconds. No, I do not want to drop that. Let's not do that. We're voting on the next region to go, after we're done with the, Rubella Wetlands. We only have 2 options left, ladies and gentlemen and non-binary people. We have the Upland Zorana, that's over here. That's this region where the Zora are. And the Gerudo Highlands, because I'm making the decision to leave the desert for last. But, but if you guys want to, you know, leave your mark on this Let's Play, or otherwise just, you know, join the crowd. There are already like 3 votes so far. You know, feel free to head over to my Discord. That's where the voting is taking place. It'll probably run until Sunday. If I remember the time right, it should run until Sunday. And that'll give me time to, like, plot future thumbnails and, like, so on. Why don't I shill that Discord right now while I'm thinking about it? Of course, nobody has to do that. I'm not going to make people come in there and vote. But that is where the vote takes place. I have it set up through a polling app. It's pretty easy to interact with. You just go to the corresponding channel, and then you press the reaction that you want for a vote. It is a single choice vote, so you know, vote what you want to see. And it's serious. There are only a limited number of times for folks to like change their votes or what have you. Otherwise, my only other reminder is that I do take weekends off, so you guys will not see me until you know, Monday of next week. Just throwing that out there. So I do hope you guys enjoy your weekend. Do folks have weekend plans? You have joined the hall. Very well, my lovely senator. You're a VIP anyway, already, so it's fitting. Welcome to the halls. Hope you enjoy your stay. If you want to grab bonus rolls for notifications, there's the rolls channel, and then otherwise, you know, there are lots of different categories for information and things. The round table hold is where we chat, and there is a picture gallery if you want to post pictures. Mr. Jason says, "Wow, Mr. Coin, Team Flare administrators are actually idiots." Yes, I believe that is the running gag, is that the peons are smarter than the idiots. So that tracks. One administrator was with a grunt blocking my way, and who told me where the legendary Pokemon was? The Team Flare administrator. Ah, yes, I'm defeated. You know, it doesn't matter what happens to me now because I'm, you know, dead meat. Let me just tell the adversary as like a screw you to the boss of where we're keeping the legendary Pokemon. Yep, that totally tracks. And, Mr. Jason goes on to say, "Don't forget your message." Assuredly. Mr. Jason says, "Oh, he told me before you surfed over his entire team of one." Wait, he only fought you with that admin only had a single Pokemon? Usually the first administrator that you fight in, like, stuff in games like that, usually the first one has like you know, 3 or 4 Pokemon. That just makes too much sense. Sir Rasby says, "Don't forget your broccoli." I do not intend to, although I'm sure that may or may not have been a joke as well. Okay, we're just gonna tuck this in. Have to be real careful. Oh, I know what our issue is. Our issue is that this is weighted top down, and I need it not to be doing that. Okay, that's number 1. And here's spring number... Oh, that was really freaking close. There we go. And now we just we move this thing out, append it to the end, and then we have our nice spring launcher. Stresby says, "Never fought an administrator. Would have been expelled a long time ago." Too true. I was always the goody two-shoes. I remember individual education plans, an IEP for short. Yes, I was one of the children in school that had those. And I... Oh, wait. No, I'm heading backwards. Alright. It's fine. Is it rocket time? Mr. Gresby says it kept being a trouble kid. That's fair. That's fair. You know, everyone has different outlooks. Some people are late bloomers when it comes to, you know, easing up. Unfortunately, I never bloomed into being an easy person, so I never bloomed into one of the fun ones. As a kid, I was always stiff, bristly, and a bit of a teacher's pet. Like, you and I think have like almost diametrically opposed, like diametrically positioned lots in life in terms of like our relationship with, you know, administration. I never got along with my peers. Never. Mr. Resby says you were getting along with teachers a lot. That's fair. I would kind of liken that then to, but you were not a teacher's pet. Yeah, so then that's the difference between us, is that I was a teacher's pet. I would often, you know, tell on my peers. Because in my mind at the time, I was thinking, you know, I want to get the day over with. I may not necessarily have enjoyed every class, but I wanted to get the day over with.
You hear that off in the distance, my senators and inductees? That is an ad storm. In about 5 minutes, it'll blow over us, and then we can get right back to the gaming. Thanks.
So, in my mind, I thought, well, if I assist the teacher where I can, you know, then I can get back to doing work instead of being distracted by class clowns or whatever. Although, admittedly, thinking back on it, class clowns were never exactly the worst to deal with. And, you know, get back to my business. Also, I'm very much a rules person. I'm a stickler for that type of stuff. So the Okay, sorry about that. The stream just died a little bit. I'm not sure why. Cut off right when you wrote a bloody chin. Yeah, that makes sense. Let me catch up on messages, and then I'll have to do like an abbreviated chill. That's what I was thinking of. Your mom was called to school about 3 times. You think over the years? Yeah. At least your mom wasn't called every day of the week or 4 times a month. At least it was better than that. Mr. Espy says a bloody chin, a broken head, and you forgot the third one. Then the stream just died for me. Is my FBI agent acting up? No. It is down and it's back up. It cut off right when you wrote a bloody chin. Makes sense. Yeah, I was always the goody two shoes. People did not like me in, you know, grade school. They just didn't. I had friends, but they were mostly other goody two shoes like myself. Or again, they were the professionally distanced friend that the teachers occupied. Like the professionally distanced position of friend. Friendly. They were friendly with me, but we weren't actually friends until after I went on to college. And then like the demeanor and outlook changed. Mr. Aspie says I was consistently friends with the best and worst in class. Quite the socialite then. Speaking of being social, and I suppose that's like a non sequitur, I suppose. I want to thank everyone for hanging out with me today. I really appreciate it, and I am super sorry for the half hour of farming. Ultimately, I need to spend like 6 to 8 to get our supplies back to where they should be. But if you like our commentary, our channel, you like the gameplay, you like what we're trying to do here, do consider following on Twitch or subscribing on YouTube and maybe liking the video if you're on YouTube. Those are free, easy methods to, help the channel grow. They're available for free, and all it takes is a few clicks. There will be a commercial break coming up shortly. The timer will be above my head at the top of the hour. 3 minutes long. Once the timer hits 0, I'll be back at my desk and we can keep things moving. I highly recommend everyone take a break at the same time. Snacks, drinks, stretch, whatever you feel like. And hopefully, the commercial break will be over before you know it. Assuming, knock on flesh, knock on my hands, the stream doesn't die again. Mr. Raspy says, but I'm gonna have to read those when I come back. See you guys after the break. Sorry about that, everybody. I am back. Had to go change out the laundry. I forgot to do that when we transitioned into Sky. So it took me an extra minute more than I expected. And this was on top of like taking dishware to the sink and everything. But that is the last of my laundry for today. So all I'll have to do during our next break is just go and take care of that. Ah. Hashtag not sponsored by Canada Dry. Let me catch up on chat and then we will get moving. Yeah, with the bot, I can't seem to demonstrate stuff on YouTube. I have to like wait for other people to do it. I'm gonna have to figure out what the deal is with that and whether or not I have to like chat as the bot or whatever equivalent feature streamer.bot has. Mr. Rasby said at the time that we were getting ready that the break just started, you never had a group that was just yours. You were always a fugitive, the outsider, right? Hence why you joined the Godfather. Fair. Now you have groups that are actually yours. I've thought about this, and this is just a springboard back onto that topic. But there's this new thing people have been doing in the States. At least a couple people have been doing something like this called Coffee on the Porch. No, I'm not kidding. It's literally just an event that people do where you literally invite random strangers to your house. Over the internet, of course, but you're like 6, 7 in the morning when people are making coffee. Yeah, it's like an informal speakeasy of sorts. You know, you RSVP or whatever you got to do, but all right, where? Aha, and it's. Yes, we get to ram something today. I think Aelin will enjoy this. You know, should they be watching the VOD at any point. I certainly will not say no to shock fruit, though. Let's see. We're just gonna. Let's see if we can't sneak up on them. I don't think that's gonna work. But it certainly can't, you know, it couldn't hurt either. And these clouds don't actually give us cloud cover, unfortunately. All right, we sit and wait. Sorry, I should have covered that. I totally missed it. Okay. And now we can like. All right, let's do this. Come on, okay, it's moving the block. Come on, where's this block? Oh, it literally went way over there. Okay. Alright, good. We did already snap a picture of this. I was just worried that that would not be the case. Okay. Careful. Oh. It'll... Okay. Oh, we can literally use the springs. We could use the springs. Come on. I don't think so. I'm not letting you take this explosion away from me. Bye. Nice. We even have this like large construct core that we could literally add to this. Impressive. Fantastic. Love that. Now we just have to get this crystal home. Ideally without causing too much pain and suffering. Shouldn't be that hard, all things considered. And I guess we'll put on the correct clothes. It doesn't matter if you're not like stealthing around. The problem is that you always want to be gathering ingredients. You literally want to be plucking things every time you get the chance. And there could always be a nearby bug that you want to grab. And if you can't grab it, well, there's gonna be a problem. All right. Yeah, kind of like that. And what we want to do is put this here, and we could yeah, actually we could do that. We're gonna make a save because I don't know what's gonna happen, and we're going to see what happens. Okay, what we have learned, and I don't think this is going to work. What we have learned is that needs to be slid back a bit. Okay. But they had a pre-built solution that already worked. Does anyone else here like ginger ale? Also, we can definitely bump that up by 3. I don't drink ginger ale often, but when I do drink it... Yeah, see, the save doesn't work. You literally cannot do that. It's wild. It's wild to me that they give you the ability to save, but they're like, you're not allowed to cheat configurations until you get it. You actually gotta spend the time, walk it over, and get it right. I hate that stuff. But I know it being an outsider feels like, going back to the previous conversation for a minute, I do know what that feels like. Heck, I even made myself the outsider in some cases, and that's not to say that I totally, relate or anything. I don't. I really, really don't. Like, my circumstance is not anyone else's. I had the option and the opportunity to go out and, not let the TISM affect me the way it did. I had a choice. Many people in other places don't have a choice. Yay, and now we get to do that for ourselves. Come on, it's not that difficult. Link, get up there. Easy. Every time I love when this stuff works. Is this a... We already grabbed that, so I think the only thing we need to probably grab is this Sunday Lion. Alright, let's bring this over to the shrine. Then we can grab our stuff. And then mayhaps we may be able to go over here. Yeah, let's try going this way after we've grabbed that other Korok. Good time to take sippies while this is happening. All right, now we can skip. We're also getting fairly close to completing, you know, all of the shrines too. Like, we're actually coming up. I would definitely say our position is now maybe a bit more than halfway. I don't want to be that confident and say that we're approaching 2/3, but I definitely think we're above halfway at least. And with any luck and with no missed streams, you know, maybe we can be close to beating the game by, you know, the start of next year. Wouldn't that be nice? And then after that, you know, I'll have the time to throw together a video essay about the two games and my experience with them. Let's just grab this and heal ourselves. Do. Oh, but I don't think I actually... Hold on, I don't think I actually did that. Yeah, okay, that pin is still there. Alright, let's make a save. I've got a nice functioning lift that we can quite literally use to help us get up there. Just wait. Get us this bit of extra height that we need. Literally, do this. Easy peasy. Okay, and now we have to spend some of our hard-earned ore on hover bikes, I think. If I really want to, I could probably get away with 4 fans and a steering stick. Yeah, we could use parts for a while. Just save the ore, use the parts. I hate that I know. I hate that I can cite bits and pieces of those lyrics when I really don't want to. Also, you know, buddy, I love you, but you can't be on my flight craft. Welcome back, Mr. Rasby. We just finished wrapping up, the Isle, and now we are on to probably poke at or explore a different thing. Mr. Rasby says, what was the reply to that stuff? You know, I totally get the fugitive experience, and, you know, feeling like you're a part of groups that aren't really yours. My situation isn't the same, because, you know, I put myself there as a kid. I self-ostracized. It's different. I'm not sure totally why I self-ostracized. That's a thing I have to dig through in therapy. But, I do get it. and it sucks and it's awful. This cannot just be a free Sage's Will lying around here. This can't be it. No, it's an old map. I'll take it. I'll take it, game. You already found the treasure shown on this old map. Oh yeah, I guess that is one way we relate, but the method, right, is completely different. The people ostracized you. I ostracized myself. I guess I'm doing the thing my sibling tells me not to do, which is to compare problems. You know, my apples and your oranges are different for a reason. And there aren't really such things as better or worse problems, so to speak. But I definitely feel as though you had it out worse than I did, because other people did that, and you didn't do it to yourself. If you did do it to yourself, you only did it after other people did that to you. You mean it's cool to compare in a way, and even if not 100% representative? I appreciate that latitude. I really think we probably... I guess we're gonna check out this spot. I don't think there's anything here, but there could be a Sage's Will in this area, and I want to make sure I've got it. I know there'll definitely be at least one or two we can find. We can find in Uplands or on his like skyline. But I think we at least understood that experience together, at least partially. Mr. Rasby says, yeah, you were the odd one out, or part of the odd one out. I didn't really embrace it until after... I didn't really embrace it until, like, junior year. When, you know, people grew out of, like, the middle school bullying, like, playground bullying, and started moving more into, like, the ideological disagreement bullying. Ah, yes. I'm gonna go ahead and mark these right here. And do the same thing here. You felt like you were utmost normal? Wait, what is that stapled to the thing? Or is that... No, that's just a chest. Okay. Mr. Rasbian says, until you just realized you knew how to... I'm gonna get killed reading this. Until you know how to mask really well as a non-ADHD person. Okay. Alright, it's right there. It's right there. And it moved again. Gotcha. And felt uncomfortable and not myself until you stopped trying to be normal. Yeah, that took me entirely too long to figure out too, good sir. Unfortunately, it took me a long time. I don't think my bladed weapon is going to do real well here. We're probably good to bring out Yunobo. Do I even care about him though? Maybe not really. There's nothing on this aisle that I could use. I am, however, gonna hurt myself. Or get hurt from not paying attention. Get rid of stacks of food. That ought to be good enough. Mr. Espy says, if for you it was very hard, and yet discovered stuff relatively younger, you can't even imagine how it was like for other people, unless the reason it was hard was because you were always changing and processing uncomfortable stuff. You'll never know. You'll never really truly know. We can guess, we can be introspective about that stuff, but I'm not sure what I'm supposed to do here to even attempt. Yeah, they just bring it back. I literally have zero way to do this without, like, other parts. Hold on. I may need to, like, lift up. Gotcha. Nope, wrong one. All right, let's get this over with. Yeah, we'll never know if the reason that, you know, we were able to successfully mask for as long as we were is because you know, we were processing and masking at the same time, or if it was a product of our environment or something else altogether. I kind of just have gotten... I'm okay with not knowing what that is. I tend not to even think about it. I just don't dwell on it. I thought there might be a sage's will out this general direction. I'm glad I went and checked. Okay. Let's mark some Korok seeds, and we can get our start. I think what we're gonna do is start... We're gonna start close to the fairy fountain, and like the stable. Just gonna mark these real quick. This one's like right here. Mr. Rasby says, yeah, being okay to not knowing what that is more fulfilling, generally speaking. You just stop driving yourself mad. We're both relatively introspective individuals. The degree of which, you know, is up to you, but I think I can fall into the natural trap of thinking about that stuff a lot, and I drove myself crazy thinking about stuff like that all the time. And it, like, how do I word this? It took me a long time as an autistic person to process what ignorance is bliss, and you know, sometimes simple is what's best. It took me a long time to accept that or come into that. I kind of needed to do a lot of growing first. And by a lot of growing, what I mostly mean is experience additional trauma such that, you know, I became more content with simple, because complicated became problematic. Ooh, that was super close. Actually, in this case, it's probably good that Unobo is on our vehicle right now. Mr. Rasby says, not sure how apparent it is, but you apparently have some you barely have opinions on some stuff. I'm the same way. Or barely feel invested in some other stuff, and you don't have confident explanations often, or feel some need to explore, or rather you feel and process it and not show that, and not put more wood on the fire. Just, I'm taking a minute to, like, digest that, like, big paragraph. I had an opinion on everything until way later. And then I grew into, well, okay, now if I don't have investment, you know, now I don't have an opinion on it. As a kid, I overinvested in social situations a lot. And it showed. I had an opinion on everything. I wanted to have an answer ready. Why? Autistic people, other neurodivergent people, I'm sure you can attest to this. If your parents or your superiors asked you things and you said, I don't know, they get mad at you or say that that's not an acceptable answer of, I don't know. And because of that, I made sure I had an answer. Even if I didn't believe an ounce of what I said, you know, I made sure I had an answer for everything. No matter how small or insignificant it actually really was. I wanted to have an answer ready. I guess I'm outing the preparedness people thought I had as a trauma response. It's really weird. Mr. Rasby says, and this was in reply not to this paragraph, but another thing. That's really common. The brain is wired to try to control stuff when things go bad, and thinking about things and explanations are a form of control. Well, I guess that my paragraph, piggybacked right off of that, right? Mr. Jason says, Mr. Coin, you just caught Yveltal in Pokemon Y? Nice. Nice, congratulations. I take it you had a Master Ball ready for that. Wow, he really wants to, steer me hard to the left right now. Yunobo, if Yunobo would just be in a consistent position, I wouldn't mind having him out, but he's not. Left, right, center, doesn't matter. Oh, no, I forgot to put a charge in that. It's fine. It's fine. Let's see. I guess we can wait for this to charge back up. Mr. Rasby said, when I was younger, you would definitely act like you knew everything. Usually you don't want to bring it up to not seem condescending. Yep, I would get that as a child. Oh, gee, who made you the king of anything? I would get that sometimes. Or, wow, you really have an answer for everything. Me being my dumb self took that as a compliment, and it wasn't until later I realized, oh, no, these people are saying, you make me feel stupid. Shut up. Stop talking. Just let us quote-unquote dumb people be at peace without your extra information. It doesn't bother me quite so much now, but I totally... That was something I struggled with too. Mr. Jason says, nah, the second Ultra Ball. Wow, impressive. So I take it if you captured it in an Ultra Ball, you probably put a status on it. I think the one that works best is paralysis, but I think sleep is also effective. My guy, you can't be serious. Why? What kind of sign is this? What? Addison, this is the worst sign I think I've seen from you yet. I think he makes these himself. What does he want us to do? Put a boulder on it? Literally a boulder? Come on. Come on, man. You gotta not do that. My goodness. Yeah, I think they actually literally want us to use rocks. Or logs, I suppose. That also works. Okay, I'll figure that little puzzle out in a second. Mr. Jason says... I'm sorry, I need to go back one. Mr. Resby says, but yeah, high control is by knowing one's form, or is one form? I think that's one's form. And there's also high control by heavy surrendering stuff that is actually interactable. Maybe. Mr. Jason says, nope, no status either, Mr. Coin. Did you just get lucky then? Were you able... How many Ultra Balls did it take, if anything? If and you don't mind my asking. Mr. Resby says, man, once you learn this perspective, you can't not see it. There's this odd interest I see people have in detective shows, or about murder, or learning about tragedies, or looking into heavy horror. My model is that feels like a way to control that stuff because it's genuinely scary. I learned that women have a stalker fetish. I have learned that some women have a stalker fetish through that. I know what I'm saying is like weird and tangential, but I learned that some people really have the hot for serial killers. Like, they're the scary thing, but if the serial killer is into you, then it's dangerous, and they're really hot, but they're really dangerous, but they're really hot. It's like, I learned it, and I'm like, I'm glad my brain is not wired that way. But some people are probably into the macabre for that reason. Maybe it actually, stimulates them in ways they didn't know they experienced. Maybe there are more weird people in this world than you realize, and maybe they're not even aware of how weird that is. Mr. Jason says 2, as you said. You had 30. Okay, yep. Then I definitely missed that one. The second Ultra Ball. Yep, that's why. Makes sense. Mr. Rasby says to rewrite that earlier thing. To gain control through knowing is one way of getting control. Yeah, okay. That's parsing now. Meanwhile, surrendering interactable stuff is another way to control. Right, it's all about control. Makes sense. Mr. Rasby says, who starts a conversation like that? I just sat down. Ask anyone on r/kitchen cells. They start conversations that way. They'll literally talk at you about weird stuff. Don't ask me how I know this. Mr. Rasby says, I wonder if I'm more appealing to women who are into psychopaths or serial killers. Kappa. You who knows? At least it's not, actually, no, I take that back. I learned of another thing that people are really into. This one's more for men, strangely enough. But apparently it's the whole being eaten alive, like, fetish, where, so, like, in nature, especially with, like, spiders and stuff, spiders, praying mantises, even octopus, or like octopods, octopodes, I think, if I'm getting real technical. The male partner sometimes gets eaten after coitus, after sexual reproduction, and I guess it's not that strange to think that mammals would also interface how apropos would interface with it that way. But I guess it shouldn't come as a surprise that some human men or AMAB people, assigned male at birth people, have that wiring in the brain. Mr. Jason says, also Mr. Coin, I just surfed on 3. I missed one. I went to my local supermarket, and there was a huge gash hole inside most of the boxes of breakfast. I think a serial killer is on the loose. That one was a good one. That one was pretty good. Mr. Jason says, also, Mr. Coin, you just surfed on 3 or 4 out of 4 of Lysander's team. Yup, and chucked rocks at his Mega Gyarados. Nice. Mr. Rasby says, I don't ask why I know that fetish too. Welcome on in, Mr. Shiny. Thank you again for that redemption. That was pretty funny. Good to see you. Hopefully you're doing well in both body and mind. Sorry that you popped in on a particularly macabre subject. And I hope you enjoy your stay. We are dealing with a really weird, just a really weird, I'm just going to put this on top and then try and go from there. Like a really weird sign. It's like a super bad sign. And I don't particularly understand why. You know what? This is one of those times where I'm going to whip out a stake, put the rock on the stake, and then it shouldn't go anywhere. I don't think this is going to work. I think we're going to end up being short. Like, this thing's going to fall to either side, but we're going to try. Mr. Rasby says, whenever I was a bad person without wanting to be, you felt like that's unattractive and it felt bad. But a friend pointed out that women being into genuinely bad guys, like being attracted to, it weirdly felt like a lot less pressure. Look, I'm just going to say it. I'm going to come out and say it. If you guys ever want to feel better about yourselves, there are 2 places on Reddit. I'm sure there are the equivalents on 4chan. There are 2 places on Reddit for us men if we want to feel better. Number 1, kitchen cells. r/kitchen cells. Literally, a portmanteau of kitchen and incel. The second place for us men to feel better is there's a Reddit page for the female dating strategy. The FDS. That took me a second. The FDS. Let's see if this stands. I don't think it will. Yeah, of course not. And the female dating strategy is where pink-pilled people go. That is where pink-pilled people go. And they rake men over hot coals. These are where harpies and shrews hang out with each other and curse all men. If you guys want to feel better about yourselves, head to those places. The stories you will find on those areas and similar ones are pretty funny for the most part, or they're like, man, I don't have this problem, I thought I wasn't well adjusted. These people are way less adjusted than that. Okay, we really got to think about like what precisely is this one of those they want. I think I know exactly what they want. They want, I kind of need to bring these logs up and like put them into the ground, and it'll make a lot more sense. Okay, let's take that stake out, put it into this piece of wood, and embed this into the ground. And then we're going to take these logs, and we're gonna wrap them around the sides so that they don't just fall over like this. See, easy. Mr. Jason says further. Oh, I better make sure I've read that. Mr. Jason says, Mr. Coin, I just need to get a Noibat and Pokemon Y. You can connect it to Pokemon X and Y. And Pokemon Legends, oh my god. Yes, I do see what you did there. Hold on. Funny. You can connect them. Yes, like the 3 arms of a Y. Yes, I may not have seen it the exact same way, but I do see it. It is funny. Mr. Resby says, just come out to say it. Slams table. Right. Let's put that this way. We're making like a... That is not at all correct. There, like that. And we're going to take this. We're literally like embracing it in like a weird hug. Let's try that again. Looks like an upside down pee-pee. You're right. I can see it. I hate that. Mr. Jason says, further to your above message, what you mean is that I added a crocodile. I think that's how you say that. And a Noivern to Pokemon Pokemon Legends Z to A. You have a crocodile in Pokemon X, and you will soon have a Noivern in Pokemon Y. Yeah. Mr. Resby says, if your pee-pee looks like this, you better see a doctor. I can't. I swear I am not 12. Every time I see those two letters together, the two P's together, I cannot help but laugh when the context is exactly this. I am definitely not prepubescent. Let go, Addison. Let's. There you go. It only took a Zonai device to get it working. Well, get your dinky sign and put it to work. Mr. Shiny says, now morning wood takes on a whole new meaning. Ugh. Sir Resby says, F me upside down, taken to another level. Too true. Let's see. Which, I guess we could do, like, the applause there. Wait, it was side... Yes, it's supposed to be screw you sideways. But, you know, screwing upside down is like its own feat of merit, too. I personally think, effing upside down is extremely hilarious. Because I can think through the... I have an imagination, my lovely senators. I have an imagination. Which is why I think I'm going to be excited to work on the saucy adult literature that keeps making its rounds on Amazon, BotW, and etc. I can't wait to get started on that. I'm going to try to get started on it this weekend. Start selling that stuff on, try to start work on that stuff in, sorry, I shouldn't be, doing what I was just doing. Mr. Resby says, I received the consolation applauses. I just didn't want to wear out the applause tracks. I have like 6 different ones. We have this one. The light applauses. The slow claps. The forced laugh. The second actual real bona fide laugh. We've got the sinister giggle and my personal favorite. Yes, everyone laugh at me. The definitely not overused Dimitri from Castlevania Dawn of Sorrow laugh. That's where that laugh comes from, is that one. That is the most well-recognized laugh. All right, Mr. Addison, let's get out of here. Mr. Shiny says some have imagination and some have experience. Too true. Too true. Some indeed do have experience. Whether that is considered fortunate or unfortunate kind of comes down to individual purview. We're not done here. We need to find... the fairy light that's right here. Let's see, I think... Where is this? So maybe here. Let's get to the green pin, and then we will go to what is probably the stable and go deal with the fairy. Mr. Rasby says, indeed... oh, that is in replying to someone. It relates to your experience. Yeah. You know, getting lost in the wetlands, right? Mr. Rasby says, ramming bitches. Ah, dang it. I could have found a different word for that. It's fine. Apparently, YouTube has been suppressing, you know, streams and videos with, like, heavy-laden cussing in it. So I've been, like, trying to be more cognizant of that. And it's just one of those, well, I accept the loss in algorithm if there's cussing. That's all. Mr. Jason says, ramming bitches is what summons Aelin. It usually is. It usually is. I feel as though it is a bit early for that. They seem like they're still in high school, personally. Just if I had to hazard a guess. And so because of that, I expect they probably won't be summoned by stuff like that until maybe 4 o'clock my time. Mr. Raspy says, each time you would jump in a pool at a water park, you kept asking women if they got wet because of you. to know not to jump, I'm sorry. To know to not jump less hard next time. My God, man. To know to jump less, it's fine. Yeah. It's a double entendre. If you didn't mean it as a joke, that's fine. I do have a way to remove that, but it is also funny. There are some things I think my chat definitely... It's a triple negation. Well, not much to do about that, I suppose. Let's just dive into this real quick. Mr. Resby says, almost as if you are occluding some fact about what happened, Kappa. Indeed. Occluding, like omitting something, right? Just making sure I haven't mixed up definition somewhere. Mr. Shiny says, can I not get everything under the sun killing me? Thank you. Thank you, Tulin. I appreciate your assistance. All right, let's get back up onto the bike. Mr. Shiny says, my ex, whenever she walked in the rain, used to say, you know, this is the second best thing that makes me wet. Good God. Oh, my God. Ugh. Dang it. Funny joke, though. Mr. Raspy says, now I suppose second turned into only. Too true, Raspy. That is probably an excellent rebuttal to that. I agree. That the fact I'm glad that I picked an apropos sound for that. All things considered. I would probably I probably would have gone ugh and then laughed. Maybe like a sincere ugh and then also still laugh. Mr. Shiny says, unfortunately, it didn't stand the test of time. You'll take any experience that you can, though. Not all experience is good experience, my guy. I know that's something you probably know for yourself, but I feel like in today's era of like OnlyFans and you know, like model work and other stuff, I really truly do think that not all experience is good experience. I think there is a subtle appreciation that should not go understated about you and your partner figuring out how things work. Mr. Jason says, Mr. Pokemon, I am some I am an idiot sandwich. Insert me between two slices of thick white bread. Okay, let's try that again. Let's try that again. Mr. Jason says, Mr. Coin, I have some Pokemon to sort through tomorrow. Oh. For some reason, most of your Pokemon in Pokemon X and Y were caught in 2014. You don't know why, though? I mean, isn't that when those games came out? In which case, that would make a lot of sense. I'm not super familiar with the release date, though. Mr. Resby says, I feel like one of those things the SWAT use to open heavily locked doors while in storage. Nothing to ram. My God, man. I mean, There's always ramming of the cell. Mr. Shiny says your ex is still your friend, by the way. You just needed some time to get your stuff together, but in the end, you don't have any bitter experience with her. Good, good. I'm glad to hear that. Not everyone can, you know, remain friends with their ex. That's always a nice. That's always a good sign. Mr. Jason says, my starter Pokemon says 14/01/2014, but the game came out on 12/10/2013. Ah, okay. And you've already fixed them via PK Hex?
You hear that off in the distance, my senators and inductees? That is an ad storm. In about 5 minutes, it'll blow over us, and then we can get right back to the gaming. Thanks.
That, my fine friends, is the warning for the incoming ad storm in 5 minutes. You know, everyone needs to batten down the hatches. And by batten down the hatches, what I mostly mean is be prepared to walk. Do something to pass the time. I do want to thank everyone for hanging out with me today. I really do appreciate it. I think we've had some excellent conversations today. And I hope to have many more, of course. And I have talked about the free, easy methods to help the channel out for free. And of course, you guys being here is more than enough for me. But if you guys are feeling financially generous and you hadn't done so already and you like my work, maybe consider Patreon or Coffee. For $1 a month, you get your name on the placards. You get an extra vote counted for you when we vote on things. I release thumbnails to you early. I have a few other things too, but that's like the mainline stuff that I have for everyone, no matter what subscription level they're at. And whenever I have the free schedule, I can maybe publish another video for the Patreon and Coffee fans. That is something that I am trying to do. You guys can find access to all that stuff either underneath the video player in the bottom right-hand corner, or at the bottom of the description on YouTube should be a Linktree link. So feel free to click around on all that stuff and investigate and explore for yourselves. I don't want to get super pushy with I don't want to get super pushy, you know, like basically begging for money. I don't like that. That is what Patreon and Coffee shilling essentially is glorified begging. I hate that, but I try to like give back so it doesn't seem like begging quite as much. Of course, there are other avenues too, but most of the other avenues are Twitch, and everyone knows how Twitch works. If not, there are buttons on the screen. There are places you can click that'll flash that stuff out at you. We do take commercial breaks at the top of the hour. There will be a timer above my head. When that timer hits 0, it starts at 3. When it hits 0, like 3 minutes, and goes down to 0, I'll be back at my desk, and we can pick right back up where we left off. Pretty fast chill. Got it all done in 2 minutes. Let me go and catch up on chat here. Nothing on YouTube, so let's start on Twitch. Mr. Raspy says a good example. PK Hex, huh? Very well. Mr. Raspy says, wait, I heard something in the distance. Good senators and inductees too. Maybe. You all are always my wonderful senators and inductees. Yeah, consider joining the Storm Halls. We vote on things there, among other things. Mr. Jason says, a storm is brewing? Indeed. I'm still fine-tuning what I want to say with that, but I will get better at it. Promise. And getting better at it means the shilling will go just that much faster. Mr. Jason says, Mr. Coin, in 1,300 more points in Pokemon Legends Z to A, you'll get the Master Ball. Nice, nice. That you'll give to one of your Pokemon in your boxes and never, ever use it. Sadness. I usually put a Legendary in the Master Ball when I get those. Mr. Shiny says, I've just finished my sushi, getting more and more accustomed to chopsticks. It's a lovely utensil to use. I got small fingers. I have a hard time with that. Everyone thinks because I have small fingers or like small hands that I can work chopsticks. I do not have good individual dexterity on stuff like that. Throwing darts or other similar things that small hands are great at, nope, can't do it. Mr. Rasby says, Keck W and trouble is brewing. That has to be in response to working on how to refine the shill segment down. Mr. Jason says, since Pokemon Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire, Mr. Coin, you've personally never used the Master Ball. Well, we'll have to continue chatting about that after the commercial break. See you guys then. Sorry about that, everybody. I am back. And you know what the nice thing about us hitting this halfway point is? We don't have to listen to any more of that dirty shilling. I might talk about my Discord, but that's really about the only thing I'm gonna do. Because I worked bloody hard on it. There are a lot of really cool resources there. And again, just as a gentle reminder, we are holding a vote for which region to go to next. Now, of course, I'm always, willing to take verbal feedback or a written feedback, excuse me, through Twitch or YouTube or a Twitch or YouTube post. I have a YouTube community page too, I'm pretty sure. People can just post there whenever if they want to do something. It's like halfway between Discord and I don't know, Twitter, I guess, in terms of usability. It's really rudimentary, but I do have one. But if you guys want your input to mean something numerically speaking and not just, oh, streamer can consider it or ignore it. My voting for content page is where we vote on things with my Discord server. And there's a whole polling system and everything. And of course, people who are members on Patreon, have memberships through Patreon or Coffee, as well as Twitch subscribers get additional votes, as long as they have the membership and or subscription at the time that the vote closes. So if you chuck money at me, I really try hard to give back to you, even more than I normally do. Let's go and catch up on chat. Destructus says they're back. Welcome back, Destructus. Good to see you again. I trust stuff's been going smoothly for you, either through animation work or schoolwork or whatever fits your fancy, really. Let's see. Mr. Jason says, since Pokemon Omega Roofie, yes, my mouth probably sounded like I was on one right there. Fantastic coin. I love misspeaking a lot. Let's try it again. Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire, Mr. Coin. You've personally never used the Master Ball? I go out of my way to try to use it. Any particular reason you don't do that? Just curious, Mr. Jason. Mr. Rasby says, oh, it was in response to A Storm is Brewing, a Pandaren warrior reference. I feel like I should know that quote, but I don't. I think it's because it's never said in World of Warcraft. See, I do know my Warcraft, but it's World of Warcraft, and not the original Warcraft trilogy, the Frozen Throne, the original strategy game, or whatever the other stuff. My knowledge is World of Warcraft. Mr. Jason says, welcome back, Mr. Coy. Thank you, Mr. Jason. Mr. Rasby says, democracy, I try. It's way better than what we have here in the States, I'll tell you that. It's honest. It's actually a direct democracy. We vote on things. Of course, people can pay in, but that's the transparent part. I'm transparent about that. If I had merch or actual things that I could actually give to people, I would maybe think about removing that extra vote, because then I could actually give you stuff as opposed to nothing. Because I have nothing, that's what the votes are there for. That's what the extra vote is there for. Of course, I think by the time I ever do actually have merch, if we ever do actually get to have merch as a channel, I'll be the first to probably say people will be so used to voting and getting an extra vote that if I take the extra vote away, people are going to mutiny about it. I could just feel it in the back of my mind. Mr. Rasby says, I was tempted to stop the subscription because it drains money over time. I mean, only subscribe if you want to, Mr. Rasby. I'm not here to force that out of you. I'm always appreciative of it, but if you need that money somewhere else, by all means, put it where you think where it needs to be. I will not stand in the way of that. And the money difference means it's less effective too, but you were like, F it. If there's anything you want to do with money, it's to support people and friends doing stuff. I appreciate that. I thank you all the time. I thank you all the time. Every stream, that placard is right there. That placard is right there. I have not moved your name from that spot because your subscription has just been, or I should say your membership, because it's a coffee membership, has been so consistent. I just haven't bothered. I really appreciate the ironclad generosity that you give me. I mean that. I will get a Patreon and a coffee submission done soon. I'm planning on it. And I have the perfect weekend to do it. Mr. Jason says, Mr. Coin, you just stopped the ultimate weapon. I fear I missed something. Nope, I didn't. This is the next one in sequence. Mr. Coin, you just stopped the ultimate weapon in Geosenge Town and defeated Lysander in Pokemon Y. Nice, nice. Now you've gone to Reflection Cave, so now you can just take time to reflect on what you just did. Fair enough. Mr. Resby says, whilst 10... Whoa, okay. What's going on now? While I'm catching up on chat, I can still see what's happening. Mr. Resby says, well, 10 to 12, Ron for a soda. Oh god, I forget. You call this a different word, and that's not what this is. Because normally 3 to 4, normally 3 to 4 is outrageous. If it's a local board game, oh, is this meant to be cafe? I've been calling it coffee, but I think this is meant to be a cafe, and I've been saying it wrong. You have zero resentment buying it? Fair. I mean, hey, at least it's supporting your local businesses, right? Mr. Shiny says the only 2 Pokemon you would like to see in a Master Ball are Venonat and Butterfree. Are those your personal favorites by chance, Mr. Shiny? Mr. Resby says, you know what would be cool? If instead we voted representatives to vote for us? Hashtag vote Rasby for Europe representative? No. I live in a representative republic gone wrong. No. That is... I know we're talking in jest, but... like, with the internet, there's really no need for it. Representative republics are when, people can't vote directly on things. With the internet, you really can just have people vote directly on stuff, and you could take an aggregate. If the U.S. would switch to aggregate online voting with superior encryption coding, and probably make sure. You'd probably have to do like an intranet type thing as opposed to an internet type thing. But if you put that aggregate voting on the intranet, like make a subsection of the internet just for that, that would solve all our voting problems. A lot more people would vote. Mr. Shiny says, I'm afraid there are 3 Europeans in chat right now. I'm not. I'm happy there are 3 Europeans in chat. But yeah, I have... nothing but Europeans right now. I think one of the viewers I do know that is American like myself is Alan. They're from the deep south like I am. Mr. Rasby says UK should have its own representative because of Brexit. Oh no. I missed one. I missed one for sure. Mr. Jason says, Mr. Coin, I just tried to walk past a trainer to avoid a battle, and of course, on that one single tile that you walked on, there was a wild Pokemon, and knowing my luck, Mr. Coin, the trainer will immediately turn around. Yeah, I get the feeling you called it and it happened, didn't it, Mr. Jason? Which is what all those I knew it's and the damn it was for. Well, Mr. Jason, you can take pride in this. You're a troll level creator, right? Troll level creators, like troll level authors, tend to have very good powers of prediction. You can assess patterns, and you generally have a good sense of intuition on things. Maybe take some solace in knowing just how well refined your intuition and senses on stuff are. Mr. Rasby says, you're so sorry, Godfather. Indeed. Yeah, it's getting trapped into 2 obligatory battles is not fun. Mr. Shiny says no, just that the eyes make them look like the Master Ball. Yeah, I get what you mean. Yeah, they've got... their eyes do have that pattern. I can understand that. What do you mean? Godfather, you get 1 extra vote? If we're... What are we in reference to? Even my mods don't get that normally. I guess I want to make sure I understand what that was in regard to. Mr. Jason says, just my luck. You called what would happen, and it did. I've spent 15 minutes not playing. It's just wild. Oh, you meant for the representative thing. Got it. Yup. I got it. We're all good. Mr. Rasby says, that is how you become the Godfather. Take it from the Concilier. Mm-hmm. And then I read the clarification. Mr. Jason says, who remembers Horde battles? You just surfed on 5 rock and roll in Pokemon Y. I have not had a Horde battle, so I couldn't tell you. All right. Let us go talk to the troop here and get to work. Aha! I know that face. Yes, that's a face I know. Have you come to meet another great fairy? The last one. Ah, I must be mistaken. I merely assumed because the great fairy Kotera is such a notable attraction to the Dueling Peaks stable. Uh-huh. Alas, the local great fairy hasn't emerged from her flower in quite some time. I'm sure she's scared to come out just like the great fairy at Woodland Stable. She used to listen to Beats drums so fondly. Ah, listen to the beats. I'm not going to count the game's pun there, but that is funny. Hearing his lively beat again will be just the thing to cheer her up, but... the bridge to the Great Fairy is broken. How are horses supposed to cross? Yo, if the bridge is no good, how about we cross the river? Okay, let me make sure. That looks like that's directed to Mr. Jason, so I won't read that. Mr. Jason says, I activated all 5 sturdy abilities. Nice. So that was an extra wasted move for sure. Sturdy extends the battle for longer than necessary. Indeed. My Master says, that's right! We can cross the river! To the river, everyone, all together now. Maybe not. I'm sure the Great Fairy will give you her blessing when she wakes up. If you have the time, I'd be honored if you could be there for our performance. How are you gonna cross the river, though? What? Did you... Oh my god. Of course not! My god, guys. You just charged off without telling me how this was gonna work. We're so close I could taste it. But even a strong horse can't swim against that current. What hope do we have? I could play my drum all I want, but this current won't be swayed. Look, you guys aren't bards. You guys aren't, like, water singers or water benders. Your music ain't doing jack for that. Is there anything we can do? Mr. Resby says, found this place the other day. I do not know what is directed at Mr. Jason and what isn't directed at Mr. Jason. So I'm going to read. Found this place the other day on Mafia GG, the last stream more exactly. As the Mafia game, text-only version in browser, was thinking that all 3 of us are keyboard warriors when you had a match. When you were cook, had a godfather, and a conciliate ally. Purely by chance, you knew you had one thing on your bucket list. Play with the conciliate and godfather until all 3 of us get our roles in that way. Crook works, regular works. Things to consider. I'll check it out in my off time. probably after the stream. Let me write that down so I don't forget. I'm not going to promise anything, but I will at least look. The fine tip ran out on my marker, so I have to, like, get the coarse thick tip. I don't like writing with these. Not on index cards, anyway. One second. Cap fell on the floor. Had to go get it. Let's see. Okay, I think I'm only missing one message here. Mr. Raspy says, doesn't have to be soon or anything. You just want to do that once in your lifetime, however many years pass or not. Well, you know, hell is the plane of hell, and our own global world. I'm sorry, are slowly interposing on top of each other. So we should probably do that while we have access to the internet. And, you know, nations aren't cutting internet cables left and right to, you know, control what populations see and hear. But, yeah, I'll definitely give that some food for thought. Jacob P. Oh, hold on. I missed a message. 2 messages. So sorry. Jacob, welcome on in. Good to see you. Hopefully you're doing well in body and spirit. And I hope you enjoy your stay. If and you don't mind my asking, actually, your statement is probably going to answer this question. Jacob says, I played this when it first came out. Nice. And enjoyed it so much. Thinking about replaying it for the nostalgia. Yeah. It's a good one. It'll take up a lot of your time, though. I will say that. Jacob asks, are you going to play the new Age of Imprisonment? Nope. It's on Switch 2, and I'm not buying too many things from Nintendo until they straighten up their legal stances regarding Power World and patents and all that fun stuff. Nintendo can take a hike. I was looking forward to Metroid Prime 4. I can't even confidently buy my favorite franchise for similar reasons. Jacob goes on to say, heard nothing about it until today. It looks pretty fun. Yeah, I'm sure it's fun, and I do hope people enjoy it. I have to rest on... I cannot rest on my laurels when it comes to principles. Mr. Raspy says, well, we'll play the new Age of Imprisonment in certain parts of the world. Yikes! Too true. Very uplifting, huh?
Gee, this is uplifting.
Jacob says, oh shoot, is it only on Switch 2? I'm like 90 to 80% positive it's on Switch 2. If someone else wants to go and confirm that, you know, Switch 1 is getting a copy of this game, that would be fantastic, but I don't think that's happening. I think Nintendo is slowly starting to, like, phase over to the Switch 2. And so I don't think Age of Imprisonment is going to be for Switch 1. And I'm not going to pirate it either. I could do that, but I'm not going to do that. I'm going to be better than that. Mr. Jason says, I can confirm that Hyrule Warriors Age of Imprisonment is officially Nintendo Switch 2 exclusive, Mr. Coin. Settles it. Thank you very much for the confirmation, Mr. Jason, as always. So you guys have your answer. If you don't have a Switch 2, well, tough luck. Hopefully you get a Switch 2 or an OLED version or something. Or, you know, if you're like me, you just accept the loss. If I may be candid about the vote for a minute, like the voting on our long-term game for like my regular standing audience. I do want to say this is one of the reasons why I wanted to shift to my computer again. Mostly to get off the Nintendo products. Number one, I know everyone likes Nintendo. It's just the audience I have. I got it. But I want to live in accordance with my principles. And if Nintendo is choosing to be a jerk, corporately speaking, I really don't want to support that. We've already we're already well on our way with Tears of the Kingdom by the time the scummy corporate practices started showing up. So I'm not about to quit a project midway intentionally, but I maybe would have asked to move to do something else if that were the case. I just do not like Nintendo's heavy-handedness with Pal World or the excessive overbearing policy regarding third-party applications on their software. I'm not a fan of that. I'm making my stance on that known. Mr. Jason says, Mr. Jason, of course, had to get a Nintendo Switch 2 on day one, Mr. Coin. I hope you enjoy it. I hope you enjoy it. I hope it brings you every bit of joy that you deserve. I just know how I feel. I do not wish anyone ill will or harm on that. I hope that, and especially for people that pre-ordered it, right? People that pre-ordered it especially, get a blank check from me because they weren't aware that, Nintendo was going to pull this type of stuff. Nintendo was supposed to be one of the better companies. And then new CEOs joined, and new shareholders joined, and it suddenly stopped being so great. They started, dipping their hands in more cookie jars. Destructus says, we should do Sonic Frontiers, but you've already asked, so it would be rude of me to ask again. Oh, you've put the idea on notice, right? All you're really asking is, or saying is that, well, we always have my suggestion, right? That's ultimately what that sentence is, Destructus. I don't mind it. You're not raining expletives or, spamming in chat until it happens, or in the Discord either. You're being measured and reasonable, and I'm perfectly fine with sentences like that. Mr. Coin, Mr. Jason says, good news. Oh, do tell. And while you're saying, I'm starting to question whether it was a good idea to remove our breezer's wheels after all. There must be some way to ride it if we can't wheel around, but I can't think of anything. Well, I mean, we could, put a stabilizer and, and a fan on the back. Let's see, how would I want... The fans have to be on the back? Now that I'm thinking on it... No, we don't need that many. 2 and a steering stick and a stabilizer. Probably. I think that'll do it. Mr. Jason says, I've just entered the cave, Terminus Cave, where you can finally get a Noibat. Nice! Is that cave particularly difficult to access? Let's see. I'm going to read parts of this that aren't addressed to Destructus. For people that are wondering, why do I have this weird reading habit where I maybe don't, read out the things that people are saying to each other? That is mostly... Actually, we probably don't even need the second one. What are you doing? Please don't do anything strange like that to our dear Breezer. What? Well, I'm not sure what you want me to do, then. Maybe I need to actually talk to Mastro before I do that. Came across this after you heard the new game came out? Nice! It's nice to see that people from Age of Imprisonment are coming over to re-experience nostalgia. I think the latter half of our Let's Play is going to be in for a good bellwether. And then Jacob says, missed this game as well as Breath of the Wild. Jacob, if you don't mind my asking then, since I can clearly tell you've played both games before, which do you prefer? Tears of the Kingdom or Breath of the Wild? And, you know, perhaps why, if you're feeling inclined enough to share. And while we're carrying out that conversation. The Great Fairy here is also hiding in a flower bud, too afraid to come out. I wish that we could all go and perform for her right now, but... Alright, Mastro. The bridge is a bust, so I thought it might not be so hard to cross the river. I could see now that I was mistaken. Even if we took off our breezer's wheels and floated across the river, the current would run that plan aground. The Great Fairy is so near, yet so far. I have absolutely no idea what to do. Jacob says this was the first stream that popped up. Keep grinding. Thank you. I am grinding really hard on that as much as possible. It's not easy, and some days I do definitely miss, but I try really hard not to. I am usually streaming at this time of day, but every day of the week other than weekends. I take weekends off. And I'm looking forward to this weekend. Frick. I just skipped over whatever dialogue that is. Our breezer was built for traveling roads, not rivers. If we tried to ford it, we'd all sink before we reached the Great Fairy's side. I bet they're not going to let me do this. Oh, no. It worked this time. I guess I just needed to talk to him. All right. That works. But I appreciate the attaboy, the support on that, Jacob. I really do mean that. We're going to put this like so. Oh no, okay. I think we don't want that. I think what we actually want is this. Just oriented right. Jacob says, I enjoyed Breath of the Wild more for sure. Tears of the Kingdom was and is still awesome though. That's cool. That's definitely cool. My preference is for Tears of the Kingdom, but I think that's mostly because, you know, it's just a technical title more than anything. But I could definitely see why people would like Breath of the Wild more. It's more contained, it has a stronger identity, it doesn't wear out its welcome quite as much as Tears of the Kingdom does. You don't, and you're not wandering around doing every little thing under the sun. Also, Breath of the Wild does not ask for half a year plus without glitches to go for 100%. It doesn't. Mr. Jason says, I love both Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom, but you love them even once you found all of those damn Koroks. Yeah, I have to say, and this is like a follow-up question. Mr. Jason says, I love them even more once you found all of those damn Koroks. Ah, those damn Koroks. Yeah. If you don't mind a follow-up question, Mr. Jacob, did you 100% or fully complete both games, or did you any percent them? Mr. Jacob says, it took me some time to understand the mechanics in Tears of the Kingdom. Yeah, Tears of the Kingdom just requires more spatial awareness. And if you're not good at manipulating objects, to build things with, and you don't understand the physics engine, you're gonna struggle a lot. Whereas Breath of the Wild, like you said, is more simple. That doesn't mean Breath of the Wild doesn't have its complexities, but yes, I do consider it the simpler game because you know that outside of helping you get from point A to B, there aren't like additional contexts where you need to apply your powers. Mr. Jason says 100% Breath of the Wild, not sure of Tears of the Kingdom, but all Koroks in both. Very well. I've on this channel, we've gotten 99.42%. I'm pretty sure there's some place names I forgot to get, but I'm happy with that being at 100% quote unquote. I'm hoping this time that with a bit more diligence, I can actually get a real 100% for this game. Mr. Jacob says, yes, you 100%ed both? Awesome. And you played both for quite a while after completing it? And I guess in that case then, Mr. Jacob, I have one more maybe you know, bad memory inducing question then. How do you feel regarding the Koroks then? Like all 900 or 1,000 of them in you know, depending on the game. I know how I feel, but I am curious to see, you know, where new people stand in terms of our lovely sprightly friends.
No.
I guess I'll hop in and take you. Sure. Such joy, elation, the very words I've been waiting for. Everyone get on board before he changes his mind. You act like I'm gonna take it. What's this? We can't get into the breezer if something's where we sit. Okay, so they do check for that. That's fine. We'll put it on like that then. All right, hop in. I'll take you. Okay, they actually weigh this down. Oh my god, that's funny. Okay, I think I need to put it in the water and then do that. Mr. Jacob says I sometimes find them overextensive if that's what you're asking for. Okay, let me actually put this full on in the water. I think. Just get to Hestus poop. Just to get Hestu's poop. So you are aware of the scatological joke then. Good, good. Sometimes people aren't aware that that is actually a real bona fide joke. Everyone get on top. Get on the cart. Are they gonna move it back? Eek, I'm soaked. It'll be fine. It'll be fine, everyone. I don't think that's... I think I need to remove the stabilizer. Oh, yeah, you know what? I know what I need to do. I need to put a platform on this thing so they don't get soaked. It's fine. We'll just put this underneath and we should be okay. I think that's the only thing that's really missing. Yeah, now that you've said that, Mr. Jacob, I'll then actually come in and say, I think the Koroks are the worst part of the 100% experience. Absolutely the worst part of it. Just because... over 300 or 400 of them are just find a Korok. Literally find a Korok. Find a random rock, pluck it out of the ground, Korok. Like, on one hand, you know, they're not asking more. On the other hand, they could have been more creative with the Korok and not just put a random rock. Some of the rocks are in cool locations, but for the large part, like... The rest of them could have just been something else. And there could have been far fewer of them. 1,000 or 900 is just a way to pad out playtime, in my opinion. Nintendo really wanted you, if you were going to 100% this game, they really wanted you to dedicate a full 6 to 8 months just to get close to 100%. Only to find out that the Koroks aren't even necessary for 100%. They're not. Not even getting the full inventory slots is considered part of the 100% experience. Hate it. If I could fix everything, if I could keep everything else and just modify or remove the Koroks, I'd do it. Hashtag not sponsored by Canada Dry. In case people are wondering what the heck I was drinking. Also, I am taking a second and marking off the Koroks that I've already grabbed on a map. It should be just these. By the way, if you guys want to follow along as we're grabbing all the Koroks and stuff, for you guys on YouTube, feel free to type in asterisk or star. That's Shift 8 on a QWERTY keyboard, like a standard QWERTY keyboard. Shift 8, TotK MAP. The bot may or may not also be coming around with the commands as well. And for you guys on Twitch... exclamation mark TotK MAP will bring up the object map. We are using an object map to help us find all the Koroks, because I cannot be arsed to find 300, 400 random rocks, or, you know, the 100 random extra Korok placements that we need to find for the Korok friends, like Korok seeds that you get a pair at a time. That's a lot to ask of a person. Even more so if you don't have auto build or you don't have like ready-made vehicle parts ready to go to tote them around from place to place. Let's get these guys. I still feel like this needs a stabilizer, but we're gonna see. Maybe it'll work? Okay, we should probably take them... Yeah, actually, they're gonna want to go directly to the island itself. So let's do that. Now I'll leave you to it. I'm wanting to... Nice! Thank you, Tulin. Oh my god. No, there's no trouble. It's okay. It's alright. The Great Fairy places everyone places. The Great Fairy needs us. This should be the last one too, and then, you know, we'll have the level 4 upgrades unlocked. We haven't really upgraded too much armor yet, but that is a work in progress. Mr. Jacobs says a ginger ale while sitting back and playing this is such a vibe. Too true. Now, my soda of choice is not a ginger ale. It's a cheerwine. It's a semi-local cherry soda not found in too many spots here in the States. But that would be my soda of choice. I'm drinking the ginger ale because my stomach is upset. My gut is upset and just does not like me right now. And the ginger ale seems to help somewhat with that, so... But yeah, that's the vibe. Playing good games, taking in good company, and a nice, good drink. Nothing quite like it. Mr. Jacob says, oh my god, cheerwine is so good. Oh, have I met another cheerwine enthusiast? Yes, the cherry flavor is hard to describe. It's a nice deep cherry without being a bright bubbly soda, but also not being bitter either. It's not a black cherry beverage. It's really good. That said, if you are prone to kidney stones, this is for anyone thinking of drinking cheerwine. Cheerwine has 3 times the carbonation of other sodas. So if you're prone to kidney stones or like other sorts of, you know, ortholithic crystal development in your body somewhere, bile crystals and so on, you might not want to drink that stuff. On top of the caffeine, the carbonation will get you. It's something I've had to learn due to a recent kidney infection, a semi-recent kidney infection I fought off in the middle of last month. Had to take a whole 2 weeks off to deal with that. What was not fun. Yowza, I think my heart just picked up the tempo. The musical stylings of the stable trotters are the cure for anyone's malaise. Thank you once again. I've prepared a token of thanks, so substantial that I hope your pockets are double-stitched. You deserved every last bit of it. Fair enough. And now that my own pockets are lighter, I can concentrate on the performance. Our musical troupe has finally performed for all the great fairies. I'm moved, I'm inspired, I'm beside myself with joy. Thank you so much for not giving up and forging on, despite all the obstacles. Every time the great fairies emerged in response to our music, it gave all of us in this troupe confidence in our playing. If you ever want to hear my beats, stop by a stable. If we're there, I'll give you a rhythm to remember. The show's not over, far from it. We're just getting started. We'll keep playing and make audiences smile all over the kingdom. It's up to us to pour all our thoughts and feelings into our music when we play. From now on, I want our music to soothe every traveler who comes to the stables, not just the great fairies. A quick question. For those that are interested. For those that do drink the fizzy lifting beverage. 10 points to anyone who can catch the reference. What is your favorite fizzy lifting drink? AKA, if you do drink soda, what's your favorite kind, if anything? I think I know what Jason's probably is. Not Jason's. I'm sorry, Mr. Jacobs probably is. But if cheerwine is in fact not the favorite beverage, I still would be interested in hearing it. I'm just taking a lucky guess. That's all. What is everyone's favorite soda of choice? And if you don't drink soda, then I'll open the floor to other beverages too. Tea, kombucha, and so on. Let me read some messages because we've just missed out. But I'm going to read this first prompt one. Mr. Jacob says, I'm headed out for a bit, but make sure to hit that subscribe. Thank you. Thank you, good sir. I don't have alerts for YouTube because of Twitch. Otherwise, I'd have them. Promise. But thank you for telling me about that. I really appreciate it. Do enjoy your subscription. You're number 125. I'm extremely excited about that. Do take care of yourself and rest well, my lovely senator. Hope to see you back sooner rather than later, of course, Mr. Jacob. But if not, if we don't see each other again, take care of yourself out there. And cheers. Okay, let me catch up on the other chat. Mr. Rasby says, I am back. I am just back. Sat in the cold outside in pajamas at 7 degrees. That must have been pretty chilly. It was really nice. If you like it, that's actually important. That's the important part. Mr. Rasby says, brandy. Kappa. But it's actually green tea? I do enjoy a good green tea. It can't be too bitter, though. If it's bitter, no. No sugar in the world will get rid of the bitter taste. It has to be brewed right. Mr. Shiny says, anyway, I particularly enjoy honey beers yourself. Oh. Interesting. Mr. Rasby says, well, used to. The ADHD medicine forbids caffeine, but there's the decaf stuff. Too true, see? You still have your favorite stuff. You don't have to make a sacrifice to be medicated, which is good. It's just not yet accessible. Oh. Not available in stores where you're from? Or where you hail from? Or just curious. You don't have to mention anything if you don't want to. Mr. Shiny says, is that a Willy Wonka reference? It sure is. It sure is. Look, I may not keep up with the kids as far as the memes are concerned, or the film or film references, but I do know a handful. I'm not that sheltered. My parlance is video games. The rest of my family, huge film movie buffs. Me, not so much. With me, it's games. I know lots of them. I don't know references from every single one of them because my tastes are eclectic. And the references I do know are painful to recite for me. Like, not physically, but mentally speaking, painful to recite. But I do recite them anyway, because it's the only thing I've got. Mr. Resby says, and the flavor might be pretty decent because you like a particularly flavored one. Oh, yeah, you get the flavored green tea is a thing. Yeah, I do forget that. I'll read that sentence in one moment. I'm going to read this again because I think I've read it, but I don't remember. From now on, I want our music to soothe every traveler who comes to the stables, not just the great fairies. I consider you an honorary member of our Grand Stable Trotters troupe. Might I know your name? Mr. Rasby says, I feel like I've seen many people live under a rock, and the reason you don't see them IRL as much is because by definition they're not in public spots. True. And some people are fine like that. Mr. Rasby says, wait, who's that behind the band? Monka S. Now I understand what the wetlands are. They're wet because they have rivers. But they might also be wet for a different reason too. You're right about that. A lot of people have fan art of the great fairies in the Wild Era games because they are beautiful to look at. Look, I don't talk about this often, but I'll say it here. Sexually speaking, romantically, I'm a whole different person. But just like, in terms of like, my overall physical proclivities, I am bisexual. I like men and women equally. AMAB and AFAB people. The Great Fairies are beautiful to look at. And they get the jimmies rustled, fine. They don't rustle mine, but the reason they don't rustle mine is because I have undergone some ascetic training not to react to women quite as much. I still don't really react to the men either, but I really needed to make sure I partitioned my thoughts when it comes to women, specifically women. Mr. Espy says, so much that they ought to be considered lands. Mr. Espy says, you're built the same? Oh. Mr. Shiny says, great mommy Kotera surely looks fantastic. She has a beautiful glow up, doesn't she? Mr. Espy says, oh, great fairy art appreciation. I'm sure there's only safe for work stuff. Look, if you have the search filters turned on Google or whatever search engine you're using, search away. Make sure safe search is on and you won't get the saucy stuff. If safe search is off, you might get the saucy stuff. Just forewarning. Link, eh? So that's what we can call the hero who saved our grand troop. I'll remember that. I surely will remember. Our grand troop will continue playing for one and all under a new name. We are the Stable Trotters no more. In honor of this genuine hero, let us be known as the Stable Heroes. Or really? All right. Okay, video game. Sure. Mr. Jason says, Mr. Coin, good news! Your Pokemon Y team is now fully complete. A Greninja, Water Dark, Chandelure, Ghost Fire, of course! Most teams have Chandelure. It's a pretty good status setter. And special attacker, if I remember right. Noivern, Flying Dragon, Gallade, Psychic Fighting, Heliolisk, Electric Normal, and Mawile, Steel Fairy. That's a pretty robust spread. That's really nice. Mr. Shiny says, Mawile. Exquisite taste, Mr. Jason. Indeed. Mr. Resby says, it'd be cool if the fairy would react to you sitting in this scene a lot. It would, but, you know, maybe one day there will be... Oh, hold on. Am I supposed... Is there a pattern I'm supposed to spot with this? Sorry, I'm operating on 2 different tracks. Let me finish going down one track, and I will return to that I will return to that particular statement. Maybe games of the future that are social in nature, or you know, have a lot of NPCs will have like true AI where the NPC will react immediately to what you're doing. The time for that is not now. It'll be 20 years, assuming that AI does not take over every facet of the world and, you know, doesn't kill us. It doesn't become Skynet.
You hear that off in the distance, my senators and inductees? That is an ad storm. In about 5 minutes, it'll blow over us, and then we can get right back to the gaming. Thanks.
The multi-track locomotive I was talking about, or the 2 train tracks, were like reading the other statements. Okay, now that I'm looking at this without referencing the previous statement, yeah, none of these types conflict with each other. There's no I don't know if there's necessarily a shared weakness. Usually most teams have at least one shared weakness. But this is set up in such a way that it would be really difficult to parse what that shared weakness is without a calculator. I can see the pattern now, Mr. Jason. Nice, nice snowman emoji. I wonder where that's from. Oh, it's a limited time only emote. Interesting. Mr. Jason says, I have once again followed your personal rule of not having Pokemon that conflict with types. Yep, that took a second. Mr. Rasby says, multi-track locomotive. Indeed, in response to the 2-track comment I made earlier. Then you go on to say, yes, ChatGPT generated behavior. I don't know if we necessarily want LLM behavior, but you're right. Mr. Rasby says, then goes on to say, isn't it weird that an ad storm only appeared once Coins said Skynet and not before? I hope not. That would be a storm of a different nature. Truly. That's a sign, Kappa? Indeed. Mr. Jason says, while I do not battle as part of my SBC, Mr. Coin, you have to at least expect the president, not founder, as that is for Lady Jacinth, of course. I was wondering when that name was going to show up. Do have a varied and balanced team in all games? Yeah, I do expect that. I expect that of fan games. Pokemon with, like, leaders, I really only expect the end game, like, bosses to have a somewhat balanced team or flavor-themed team. That, my fine friends, that what occurred 2 minutes ago was the warning for the incoming ad storm, you know, aka our commercial break. I really do want to thank everyone for hanging out with me. There will be a timer at the top of the screen above my head at the top of the hour. When that timer reaches 0, I will have returned to my desk, and the commercial break should be over. I highly encourage everyone to take a break, grab a snack, grab a drink, you know, hug a loved one, do whatever you want, really, or don't, your choice. And the commercial break will truly be over before we... Yes, if you could do that in 3 minutes, Mr. Rasby, you know, impressive, but also most people that are doing that and are avid, you know, stream watchers are probably just doing both. That's weird. That's weird. I'm gonna stop myself from finishing that train of thought right there. If other people want to continue that in private conversation, that's fine. But I'm not gonna go down that road. Mr. Shiny says, and I'm of the belief that type coverage isn't everything. Maybe I'm just too competitive pilled. That's probably what it is. More than anything else. Mr. Rasby says, perhaps the lack thereof can add too. I know that has to be in response to one of the statements from earlier. I'm trying to think of what that might have been in response to. Oh, not close coverage. Oh, yeah, because the Great Fairy. Right. More than enough time. Again, I'm impressed if you can do that in 3 minutes. I think you're going to rupture tissue if you do it in 3 minutes. Mr. Rusby says, the right response, but the wrong track. Indeed. Oh, what a feeling, that first breath of fresh air. It's just so intoxicating. The beat of the drum has lit a fire deep in my heart. And what about you? Can you feel the heat? Are you ready for more? God, Fairy, calm down. Allow me to enhance your clothing. It's the least I can do, but I will need the necessary materials. With the power available to me, I can enhance your clothing to the maximum. Bye. But, you know, we can see her depart after the commercial break. See you guys then. Sorry about that, everybody. I got caught up in a logistical discussion. I'll probably have to make a break during the half-hour mark, to go take my laundry out of the washing machine, but that should be a short break, if anything, probably like a 30-second ad break during that. For those that are like not familiar with my stream structure, I normally just run ads during the 1 hour mark, each hour for the most part. It just makes the stream nice and smooth. People know when they can take a break and when they need to come back, if they don't want to miss stuff, that is. But occasionally I do need to step away for longer than 10 seconds from my desk. Real life happens, right? And I don't want to leave people just standing there looking at my chair. I'm not a certain streamer that is finally getting part of what he deserves for shot collaring his dog on camera multiple times. If you know, you know. Otherwise, I'm not going to reiterate it more than that. I just forgot what I was trying to say. I just brain farted. That's so stupid. I got caught up on the sarcasm that I forgot where I was going. But oh right, I don't like leaving people looking at my chair, which is what he did or does. So I usually try to run ads during those times as well. Only those 2 times. Either if I've got to step away from my desk for more than like 10 seconds, or if, you know, we're approaching break time. That's the only other time where that happens. Let's catch up on messages, and then we can keep this moving. Mr. Rasby says, I sense an ad storm. Yep, that was at 1 minute prior. And then Mr. Rasby says, bye, actually exits during the intermission. I made sure that wasn't going to happen. I didn't want to get attacked by random bokoblins. Mr. Shiny says, even in competitive, for example, Gen 5 singles often ran multiple dragon types in one team. Certain archetypes, sun, rain, and terrains consist of type overlaps. That certainly makes sense. Yeah, terrains and stuff do play a part in running multiple teams to take advantage of, or multiple Pokemon with overlapping types to take advantage of the terrain. I do think that is reasonable. I'm a stickler for, if you want to Swiss Army knife my Pokemon, I'm gonna need you to bring the types, or you might get surprised by which Swiss Army knife I have in return. But I agree. They aren't all that cracked out. Mr. Resby says it took a long time, but you did get desensitized to scenarios like the Great Fairy implying advances after being in that situation annoyingly many times. I think you have seen, I believe you were here during the previous, installment of the Wild Era games, Mr. Rasby, in actual Breath of the Wild. You've seen the Great Fairies. You know what their upgrade cutscenes look like. The level 3 and level 4 are, well, they're something else. Mr. Jason says, Mr. Coin, and in addition, Mr. Shiny, your Pokemon X team is also varied, as you have Chestnut, Grass Fighting, Aegislash, Steel Ghost, Salamence, Dragon Flying, Gardevoir, Psychic Fairy, and Crocodile. Crocodile, Ground Dark, and Torkoal Fire. Interesting monotype inclusion. Are these like made up of game exclusives? Because I know a lot of the games have like exclusive Pokemon you can only get in one game or the other, not both. Mr. Shiny says, if we look at the team from only the Pokemon type perspective, we close our eyes to potential fantastic synergies. Fair enough. Yeah, That opens my eyes too. I mean, I play Pokemon fan games and there are terrains and stuff in those. Yeah, I should think more about that. Although it is different with the fan games, because usually the fan games that I play have meteor mechanics, like battlefields have properties and stuff like that. Mr. Resby says, "Is this how people feel when I talk about programming to non-programmers? Like you're participating in the subject, but you're like not. You're clearly not as knowledgeable on it, or it's not a thing you care about." All this Pokemon talk certainly would make you feel like that, huh? Yeah, maybe a little bit. Maybe a little bit. But only a little bit. It really depends on who you're talking to. I think you're kind of lucky in that you have people here that may have like a mild interest in programming, or in my case, I took a semester of, Principles of Programming 1, so I like know a little bit of what you're talking about, but not everything. Mr. Shiny says, "Not that I criticize your way of team building, of course, Mr. Jason." Oh, that was in reply to someone else. Never mind. I shouldn't have read that. Whoops. Does the the TCC have team buildings? That is a Mr. Jason question, for sure. And we're getting to the ones that happened after I came back from break. Mr. Rasby says that is oddly specific. Yeah, I'm trying not to invoke that man's name, but let's just say he is a man of Turkish descent that is very popular in the political commentary space. That is all I will say. If you know, you know. If you don't, well, you probably have enough information to look it up now. Probably. Let's see. That is in response to Mr. Shiny. Don't read that one. Mr. Rasby says, "I wonder what Oh my god, that is what I almost read that as Pokemon instead of Pokemon or Pokemon. That would have been bad. I'm glad I did not stumble into that. I don't know, probably Ursaring or Cubchoo or something if I had to pick a guess. The oh ho ho had to be in response to talking about the Great Fairy cutscene animations, if I remember correctly. And okay. You just realized that they weren't from this game initially. It's a previous game. Yep, all the animations carry over. All the cutscenes are from Breath of the Wild. You got that one correct. Mr. SB says, "Yes, Coin, maybe that's why we get along. I'm super used to working with programmers with your level of experience." Oh, so not quite, but almost non-existent. People that don't know what they're doing, or I guess what I would probably say now are the vibe coders, right? I would be the vibe coder class. And I would be the one, getting the stare down over, like, the use of AI to do the vibe codes or whatever. Going already? How unfortunate for me. See you later. The Great Fairy Kotera finally left her bud after the troupe performed for her. Now visitors to the Dueling Peak stable can visit her nearby and receive her blessing. Yep, we actually have them now, so we're gonna... I don't think we got to keep our hover bite. I really don't. But we're gonna swim over and check anyway. Mr. Rasby says, "Not from our company, usually the partnered company." Yeah, like your own in-house staff or employees should ideally be on the same wavelength in terms of projects, or at least have a running idea of what you're doing. But yeah, that actually is still here. I'm impressed. I am super impressed that happened. That we got to keep this. I do my best not to I don't pawn off the rudimentary skill or lack of skill that I have with programming. The most I could probably do is like tweak or modify or read code as opposed to write it. And the only reason I'm even saying this right is for my tabletop group, I had to crack back open a nice little piece of software called Hero Lab. And Hero Lab has an editor in it. It has a file editor, or a data file editor, more specifically. And the data file has a assembly language and a scripting language. The assembly language is if you're wanting to change, it's like an HTML, I think, if I remembered right. That's for like changing formatting, adding new tabs, that kind of thing. If you're just wanting to work mechanically with the stuff that interfaces with the database and interface of Hero Lab, that's the scripting language. That's like the... I forget which one's the assembler and which one's the compiler. I think the HTML will be considered the assembly language, and the Python-esque script, it's semi-proprietary, so I'm not calling it Python, but its base syntax is Python. That is... I got it wrong, didn't I? I totally got it incorrect. See? It's been too long. That's why I said it. I don't pawn off that knowledge at all. Because I don't even have any. But I do have to do really light coding tweaks for some things in Hero Lab. Mr. Raspy says, just for the record, it's an exaggeration. Fair enough. You're so tempted to say they're not that good, but you don't know that for sure. And then the I can't and heresy were in response to me mixing up or getting the assembler and compiler languages wrong, for sure. Is this what Guido van Rossum built Python for? Is that like the original... Is that like the original developer slash like author father of Python? It is the creator. Gotcha. Makes sense then. In the 1980s or something? Back when computing was at its infancy. Mr. Raspy says, yeah, don't worry about the mistake. Well, I'm a little bit self-conscious about it. I did take a semester. I should know better. It is what that comes out to. All right, what is the deal with this? Is there like just a standing fairy light or something? Or is there something else I should be looking for? I guess we're gonna find out, aren't we? Maybe, I think I see it. I think I see it? Nope. I thought that was a rock. Alright, what are we looking at then? Mr. Raspy says, if it makes you feel better, I have colleagues who finished uni at your profile and also can't answer that. Good to know. Ah, God, I wish I could say I finished uni. Damn it. I'm gonna try not to get too sentimental. Get out of here. Get out of here, you silly bear. Don't be surprised if you mess with a bear and get the teeth, so to speak. It's fine, Raspy. You didn't know. Or there was no real bona fide way for you to know. And besides, I should be over it by now. But I guess I'm not, right? I guess I'm not actually over it. Oh, okay, where am I trying to go? This is here. I'm looking for... Okay, I was headed in the general right direction. Alright. This should be the correct spot. Maybe. No, we've already... Hold on, let me look at this again. No, I've already passed it by. Mr. Raspy says, I think some stuff a human will never get over. And that's fine. It means it's something that was deeply important to you. I suppose. I mean, I was looking forward to finishing college and getting my bachelor's and maybe doing lab work until I got my master's. Like, I had my life planned out, right? And then, you know, I failed to finish, and then that plan didn't mean anything anymore. Like, it's just, it completely is just dead to me now. I think that's the thing that gets to me about that. That gets to me about that experience, because it's, for most people, you know, a bachelor's, like, failing to finish a bachelor's would be like about 4 years of your life, just a complete waste. In my case, I have an associate's. I have 2 associates, and the first associate took me around 4 years. Not known. It took me like 2 to get the first. And then the second one that I got at a community college took me about 2.5. It took me almost 4 to get close to a bachelor's, because at the point that I was working on actually getting a bachelor's, I had moved to half-time. I was a half-time student, so I was taking classes at half the rate the other students were. I wasn't the only half-time student, I'm sure, but I don't really care about them. Sorry, I'm not. Most people finish. You know, accounting for the attrition rate and everything. More people tend to finish than not prior to this administration taking over. That really just... I already kind of fell out before then, so the moves that this administration didn't have a chance to shake up my schedule or anything. But there are a lot of other people that lost financial aid because of it, because of just the change in how, you know, how our government wants to do things for college students. Med students especially. Mr. Rasby says, yeah, that it's crushing. Honestly, it's the type of stuff that keeps me up at night. I still think about it. I could have been a scientist by now. I could have at least been a lab technician by now. Even if I never got to the rank of scientist or whatever, I effectively lost 10 years of my life to what I consider to be the ultimate failing of my entire life. If I had known that that was going to be my fate, or if I had known that this is where my choices would have led me, I would have made different ones. Okay, what do they want us to put on these? Because I don't think I could just staple this and it's going to be pulled along. I'm going to try. Yeah, see, it's going to just stop. This thing isn't heavy enough for that. What I could do... Oh, I know what this wants me to do. This wants me to, like, use buoyancy. Hang on. Just like that. Scaresby says, I have no effing idea how I could live with that. You do, or you don't. There are many times where I've considered ending it. There are many times where, you know, prior to this administration, I thought about ending it over the 2 years plus that I've spent just out of education. Are you serious, video game? I do not have time for you. Stop. Get out of here. I didn't, and for the record, I'm not saying this to get a pity party. I don't want that. I don't want people to pity me. I am the net sum of my choices, and some of them were bad. I have to live with that. But if sharing my story does, you know, maybe help someone else out there, if you're gonna go to college, finish. Finish and listen to the people that are saying, hey, you know, make sure you watch money. It matters. Not that I didn't think it matters, or that it mattered at all, but I was under the presumption that I'd finish. Mr. Resby says, I wondered how it'd feel for you if you were to do voluntary research. Research on what precisely? Okay, Mr. Unobo, I need you off my float now. Maybe if I had a bigger float, it wouldn't matter. I wouldn't say what I'm saying right now if it weren't for like if it's like financial aid or something along those lines. I've looked. I'm spent on anything that isn't a private loan. That's the only thing I have left, and I'm unemployed. I do not make enough money to qualify for a loan. I have to co-sign with someone, which I've considered that, but my family is tapped out on that. My mom is unemployed. She got fired from she got let go from her previous line of work. So she doesn't, that it's like a solid year's worth of work for an employer that she can basically not put on her resume, or if she does, she can't use them as a reference. My dad and his wife are retired military. They're tapped out financially. They're straight up tapped out. They gave my sibling, like, that's the road that my sibling had to go down, was co-signing a loan. They're financially tapped out. My uncle, who's, you know, sort of helping my mom out and my sibling out, he's tapped out. He's getting close to being ready to be tapped out. I have nothing. And no one for that. And honestly, if I'm being honest, and I am choosing to be honest here, I am happy that my fate is my own. My loans from the state are mine. No one else co-signed for them. If I choose not to pay them back or whatever, because I'm not very happy being a citizen of the United States, then I have the freedom to do that at my own peril, right? I have the freedom to do that. If someone else had co-signed those loans with me, I would not have the ability to give the US government my thumbs down. I would need to find consistent, stable work and pay that debt back more because of them and not for myself. I don't like living as a slave to someone else. I enjoy my agency. What little agency I do have. I don't live by myself. I live with my folks. Because, quite frankly, it's a more stable living situation, and while I'm side hustling, which is what this stream is, and, you know, house sitting for people, and getting ready to start writing the smutty literature that will definitely be probably not even good on Amazon, but it's the the cow book that has made its rounds on Amazon is a top seller, and it is a... I do not want to fly yet. We have not found the Korok. I'm gonna try my hand at that. You know, writing literature and hopefully getting something for my time. I want to use my college education, damn it. And that means writing. That's what I have left. I have my side hustles, but I don't have honest employment. Sorry, this conversation is a bit hard to talk about, but I'm powering through it. Also, I totally just forgot to mark Koroks. That's my bad. Let me do that. There's one here. There's one at the top of Mount Floria that I can sort of see. There's one over here. What else? There's one maybe here. Even though my financial situation stings, I hate it. And I know I'm not truly a free adult, quote unquote. I am living under the good graces of my dad, who can pull that. He can pull that card anytime, and I accept that that is what he has the grounds to do. He can be like, "I'm tired of you living here. You've lived here long enough. You're however old. You don't have a place to stay. You haven't done anything with your life for X number of years since the whole college thing. Get out." He could say that in those exact terms too, and I would have to accept it. And I would accept it. Of course, my dad hasn't done that. He's told me he wouldn't do that. I don't foresee him doing that. I do have other people I could stay with, but anytime you're living on someone else's power, right? Anytime you're living not through your own means, right? Whether that be a house or medicine or food, you are at their mercy. You really are. You are putting your life, your safety, your shelter in their hands. And if something happens to them, they die, they kill themselves through too much smoking or drinking, or, you know, they get handcuffed, or someone else does the unthinkable, or they run out of cash or whatever, then you're back where you started before you asked them. So even though my financial situation stings and I hate it, and I know it is a bed of my own making, I lie in it. Why? Because it's mine. You know, I go back to the whole agency thing. I have the freedom. And not only do I have freedom, but I'm also not imposing on anyone else. The government can collect on my debt anytime it wants. I'm pretty sure I am delinquent at this point. And if I'm not, I'm within maybe a month of being there. But I've accepted that. Because again, I am not happy being a US citizen, and so I am choosing to give it the thumbs down by whatever little paltry means I actually have. And if that means not paying my due, then so be it. Are you game? You did a rug pull? Don't do that. Thank you. But at least if the government does come for me, right? I don't drag my parents into it. I don't drag my family members or friends into it. I'm the one that's punished, right? No one else. Because if the government does decide to do that, like go above and beyond, and not just punish someone who probably is, who probably could be classed as quote unquote evading taxes or whatever. I don't make enough to file taxes. But the government can claim my previous work as being a student as income and demand I pay it all up front, and because I'd be unable to pay it, because I'm unable to pay for that, they would clap me under the grounds of... I'm lucky I didn't fall off the mountain there. They would clap me under the grounds of not paying court fines or taxes. That's how they would get me, is that very specifically. My dad and I have already had fractions of this talk, let's call it. And he's basically said that's how they would get him and, him and my stepmother as well, is they co-sign my siblings' loans. And they're responsible for that. And so the government, or if the particular, person who loaned money, the particular entity that loaned money, if they decided to take redress through the government, the folks I live with would be in this exact same position. The government would claim, or the people would claim that as income, and if they're unable to pay it, the court has to do something to make sure that they stay in one place to pay for it. That's just how things work here in America. Debtor's prison's not a thing, but anything can be a debtor's prison if you try hard enough. Mr. Raspy says it sounds really rough. I try not to talk about it too much. And to be honest, talking about this really did help a lot. It's a huge weight on my back. It's in my mind every night. I don't tell friends. Of course, the internet knows now, right? I'm being secretive, but then I'm being public. I'm kind of hedging my bets against being a really small fish that, people are ignoring. That's what I'm hedging bets on, is being too small for people to notice. And as I become a bigger and bigger content creator, that will get harder, of course. But that is what I'm hedging my bets on. Mr. Resby says, is leaving the country an option if you had enough money for the transport? I have to have a passport first. That's the first thing that's got to happen. That's $160 US, just straight up. And the government, under the Secretary of State, Marco Rubio, I know who he is by name because he was a sitting U.S. Senator beforehand. He's part of Trump's cabinet. He and the entire Department of the State Department, along with a couple other branches, are purity testing the citizens. I should be marking these, and I'm not. And the purity tests consist of, were you an anti-Semite? Did you say something about the six-pointed star state or nation that you weren't supposed to? That's grounds to have people come up and cuff you or be denied visas, passports, etc. Thankfully, I've not said anything on public media platforms regarding the six-pointed star state, and that will be its name moving forward for obvious reasons. And I intend to keep it that way. I have not said anything I'm not supposed to. So there's no reason to be denied a passport on those grounds. But that is a thing I have to worry about every time I even begin to dovetail toward that topic. That's a thing in the back of my mind. The more I talk about the six-pointed star state / nation / country, the more I trap myself here, because they'll look at this and deny the passport. But that's $160. That's just for paperwork and having the photo ID processed and everything. That is not including whatever other metrics other countries want. I've tried looking at the UK. That would be the easiest one, because then I could springboard to Scotland through that. I've looked at Scotland, although, because the thing is I'm the great grandson of a Scots woman. We were immigrants who came over and became naturalized, and I am part of a minor Scottish clan. technically. I don't like to claim this heritage. I really, really don't. I consider myself an American first and foremost, but I could claim it if I needed to do that. I've tried looking at that. I've tried looking at Australia. Basically places that speak English. Why am I limiting myself to places that speak English? Because I'm gonna have to take that back over and go from there. It makes the most sense, because I've considered Germany, Romania, Italy, other spots of that sort. I think it would go over better if I weren't expatriating to a place, because anti-tourism, anti-American sentiment is particularly high right now. And for the record, I don't blame anyone who has an anti-America bias right now. I don't. I truly do not. I get it. For the first time in my grown-up existence, I feel a bit of shame for a thing I could not control, and that is where the heck I was born at. I feel shame for that. And because of that anti-American sentiment that elicits the shame that I'm saddled with now. Settling in places or trying to move to places that don't speak, that don't have English as the primary mode of speaking is just a bad call. It's a bad call. I'm gonna be hated by the populace. There are crimes that happen strictly because. Oh, if there's sizzlefin trout in here, I should try to see if I can get a picture. Okay, we've already got one. Good. I'm sorry, I'm taking an incredibly long time to answer your question. If I had the money and, I were accepted, yeah, that would be a thing I can do, but I don't. So, as far as I'm concerned, I consider myself trapped. I am trapped here, and that is how it is going to stay until inevitably the U.S. collapses or whatever else. Strasby says, well, if you're ever confident that about passing through the air transport, you could help with the financial part and a place to stay for some time in exchange for crafting stuff for family business, kind of a job. If I ever do smuggle myself out, which I think is what that's in reference to, maybe, but I'm gonna focus on myself. I'm saving up for a gym membership. That's currently what I'm working towards, is the gym membership. I'm pretty sure there's it's a balloon this time. It's a bird, it's a plane. No, wait, it's a Korok balloon. Because once I slim down, or get a bit healthier, I can do some more nebulous lines of work. Okay, this is clearly piercing objects are neither blunt nor slashing. I should remember that. I know my D&D damage types. But I appreciate that offer, Mr. Rasby. I'll keep that in mind. It should, I do ever manage to get out. But I think we're going to hit the shitter before I get out, if I'm being honest. Just based on the Charlie Kirk assassination, based on... This is assuming we don't enter martial law, which is another distinct possibility. How did I get... I got this one on the peak and didn't bother to get this one here either. I'm being weird today. Sorry, this conversation is, I'm definitely thinking in some weird lines. Mr. Rasby says, but we do happen to have an extra spot and could genuinely use another person working because you tend to sell out on any product. Remind me what the family business is again? I think you've talked about it before, but aren't your folks like jewelers or something? I could be wrong about that, but I'm crafting wedding decorations. Oh, that sounds like fun. According to client specs, yeah, that sounds like a great time. If I ever do, end up escaping, and Romania happens to be my choice of venue, I will consider that. Thank you. A mix of wedding and legal smuggling. It's buying and crafting, and bulk buying and crafting, and it's profitable. Sounds lovely. I'm sure your folks enjoy their line of work, yeah? And very low living costs. Ah, that'd be nice. But in the meantime, I have to focus on what's in front of me. I want to make sure my eyes are what's in front of me. And what's in front of me is working towards a gym membership so that I can probably do camera work. That is about as generous as I'm going to be with the details on that one. Mr. Resby says, yeah, don't do anything stupid. Working on yourself will help in almost any situation. I'm trying to bear that advice in mind. Every time I go down rabbit holes like this, I spent no less than 7-8 months this year. You were present for some of it. We've had heated discussions over it. We've had troubling discussions over it. I've spent most of this year just ping-ponging between being angry and fearful, being angry and full of rage, or being fearful and full of terror. Mr. Raspy says, and remember the tea house and such. Tom and others are more than willing to help with anything we can. I appreciate that. I'm going to try to keep that struggle internal because of what happened the last time. I must be missing something with this Korok seed. Yeah, that I didn't go up far enough. That's what it is. There's got to be like a ring or something I'm missing. Let me see what this is. Okay, I think I know why I missed it. Let's see if I'm right. Mr. Resby says, I would feel no regret funding stuff as a mostly non-materialistic person whose values are really helping people. I hear ya. I appreciate that. It's why I'm hustling. Because if I'm being honest, I've had this conversation with my dad and other people. As an autistic person who has probably undiagnosed ADD, I do not do terribly well at front-facing jobs, which sounds strange, right? Because here I am talking with people every day, right? Like, it seems like I act like I'm composed well enough. It feels like I should be able to handle a public-facing service job. Like managing a counter as a cashier or something. It seems like I should be able to do that. Heck, I've even gotten compliments from people that work counters at Walgreens, CVS, gas stations, you name it. When people get used to how I speak, I usually impress them. And they think I should work at that particular spot. It's not so much... Communication isn't my struggle when it comes to, public-facing jobs. It's people. It's what people have to say in return and not being able to do certain things because of corporate policy. I understand corporate policy. I get it, but I chafe under systems like that. It's hard to describe. it's something that really throws people for a loop when they hear this from me, because they're like, oh, you seem so well adjusted, you know, maybe don't undersell yourself. I'm not. I've lived with myself for 33, almost 34 years. I know what my proclivities are. I do not handle social work. I do not handle front-facing jobs well when I'm required to answer in a manner that is either inconsistent with corporate policy, or I have rude, irate, yelling customers that threaten to pull a gun on me if I don't do what they want. That's really the situation that scares me more than anything else, is that. And as far as the back-facing work, warehouses, stuff like that, I would chafe under such an environment as well. I don't have the physique. I don't have the muscles for that. I really don't. I just don't. So what I'm trying to say is, and this is actually a fate that is quite common for autistic people. I hate to say it, but the statistics across the globe generally tend to show it, that if you're not masking, if you're like an unmasked autist or whatever, you have to find work for yourself. You have to be a self-made person, which is why I started house sitting. Because there, yes, I'm talking to people. You know, I'm asking what people want with their pets or how they want their house looked after while they're gone. But, even though I'm doing that, I'm the one, we're talking like client and customer. I'm not a cog in the machine. I am the machine. Mr. Raspy says, but yeah, just to kind of close the topic more, it's incredible you're not in more despair what you already am. I'm not sharing everything. And it's for everyone's benefit that I'm not doing that. But, there are definitely times where I have considered self-harm. Ideation, never bad enough to actually grab a knife and just start slicing bits of my body to bleed, but I have thought about it, just to feel something else other than constant crushing despair. And maybe the autism is partly what is keeping me from being in a fully depressive mood, because quite frankly my brain is just not wired for that sort of thing. Like, I don't know, I'm talking about things I don't know, but the more I share, the more I realize this probably is not a great topic for high school and middle school children to be listening to. Mr. Rasby says, I know no tough mother effer who could withstand something serious like this without being overwhelmed, let alone not fall for propaganda and even be considerate to others in spite of all that. You either do or you don't, right? And I guess I just am right now. Maybe a therapist could help me understand the reasons later. But for right now, for whatever reason, either through mental block, just a subtle subconscious mental blockade, or pogoing back and forth between different moods, I have managed not to just fully be a depressive mess. Can I not have Yiga clan members right now? Stop. Nice. You're getting the Spear of Doom. Mr. Shiny says, I'm back. Sorry I haven't been much of a chat for the last hour. No worries, Mr. Shiny. A wave of sadness has hit you? I know I don't wear the sad expression, but I definitely feel sorrow. Mr. Rasby and I have been discussing some really deep things while you were gone. I'm sorry that a wave of sadness has come over you or washed over you. If there's any way it can be of assistance, you know, do let me know. If you want to chat about that, I'm more than happy to provide an eager ear. If you want to just let the last few minutes be moments of ignorant peace, then I'm also here to provide that for you. I think I already hit this, so I should be good. I should have... we should be tracking all these Koroks. Mr. Shiny says, them Yigas have become bananas lately. Indeed. Mr. Shiny says, nah, it's more of a problem you need to consult with a psychologist. Smart man. Fair enough. I hope that you find a therapist or a psychologist that is able to help you sort these issues out. I truly, sincerely mean that. Without, being a quivering, blubbering mess, which is getting harder and harder by the second not to be. Mr. Rasby says, if you want, we can chat after stream. I'll consider it. Thank you. It may not be today, Mr. Rasby, but I may hit you up on that. If I'm being honest. It most likely might be tomorrow, because I got grinding, and I need to work on video edits for you guys on Patreon and Coffee, so that you guys actually have a second episode of Outward. Mr. Shiny says, I'm suspecting certain things, but you don't want to self-diagnose. Smart. Yeah, please, guys, please. Take it from an autist. Don't self-diagnose unless you know, maybe don't have a choice. And even then, do that sparingly. I do not have insurance, which is why I feel fairly comfortable saying, you know, I'm pretty sure I have undiagnosed ADD. I wish I had the hyperactivity to go with it, even though I know it's not all it's cracked up to be. At least I would get shit done. Sorry for the French. I just have it's hard to focus on one thing at a time sometimes. Sometimes I'm really good. Thanks to all my aesthetic training and mental discipline that I've forged over the years, I do have the capacity to focus. But if I am split between too many different things at one time, yeah, that focus comes to an end. Like I start picking and choosing what it is. That's not a Korok friend, is it? No, okay. Good. I start having to pick and choose. You guys have been there for that. We have like 8, 9, 10 people in the chat, and I have to pick chat or game, and I usually pick chat because everyone is happier when I'm talking, right? Mr. Raspy says, and I really, really don't want to make a plug for the tea house because I know it's really not that easy. I will. If you won't, that's totally fine by me. But in 9 hours and 30 minutes, and then... Oh, no, you're specifying a time. At 9:30 hours, and then for 4 to 5 hours from that point, it will be a support group if you can try to, you know, attend / have a good feeling to about it. Sure. With the support group, like, I know it's supposed to be you're going on comms or whatever. I don't have a really good second mic to step in there. I have to like unhook a bunch of wires to make that happen, and that's annoying. In addition to just being perpetually busy, even more so now with the tabletop group, with the new campaign booting back up at the start of next year. I've got a lot of names to change. There's a lot of 2E lore for Pathfinder that I'm wanting to incorporate into 1E, because the wiki that we would use to fact check everything is incorporating the 2E lore anyway. So we should just make a move on that stuff. and not hold back. I'm gonna grab 6 more Koroks, even if I go over time, to give us a chance to, like, wrap up conversations. Mr. Shiny says, one thing you're confident to self-diagnose yourself with is ADHD. That's fair. That's usually a pretty bog standard one. Like, if you're confident you have it, that's fine. You know, just leave yourself open for surprise from, from a psychologist, right? That's the main thing, is just don't be so cocksure in your self-diagnoses, if you're going to have them, that you're not willing to overwrite that in your mind with what the psychologist tells you you probably have based on their manuals and years of training. I'm not trying to, like, spit out a lecture. I'm really not. It's just things from my experience. Mr. Raspy says you can try if you're having a good feeling about... Okay. I was having trouble parsing that sentence, so thanks. But Mr. Raspy then goes on to say, but really no pressure? I hope I haven't been missing YouTube chat. Nope. It's also an experience that can backfire. Oh, have there been backfires, live? Is that something you and Mr. Tom have all kind of bore witness to? You're wanting me to complete this and then this. But Mr. Raspy says, yeah, definitely up for chat. I will definitely heavily consider doing that tomorrow. Ploink. Not specifically the tea house, but yeah, I know what you mean, Mr. Raspy. I got the general sentiment. I appreciate the additional clarification. Mr. Raspy says there's few things, arguably very few things that you care about, but this is one of them. I appreciate you having room in your heart for me. I do. I know it won't sound the same from my lips, because I can be a, Yiga Clan, not right now. Damn you. Get out of here. You're ruining a moment. Anyway. Sorry. That makes me think of, like, a couple of Xenoblade Chronicles 2 heart-to-hearts where an enemy interrupts something very, very important that people are trying to say, but I have a spot for you in mind too, Mr. Raspy, for what that's worth. I have spots in my heart for a lot of people. So that's probably less genuine than that seems, but and I know I'm not the most consistent with communication, but I try to be there for people when it matters. When it matters more than perhaps any other time. Ooh, I was looking forward to one of these block puzzles. If it's all the same to everyone, I'll read finishing sentences, but I want to try to, like, move away from this topic. I think I know exactly how this goes on. It goes on just like this. Ploink. Mr. Raspy says, having been a bad person for a fair bit, I think you can make bad choices. I don't want to say bad people are bad. That's like an oversimplification. I kind of like to extend... I think his name is Yoko Taro. That would be the creative dev and dev lead for 2B. For, not 2B, Nier Automata, like the Nier series. There are no good or bad, there are no good or evil people in history. There are simply people in history. There are no good or evil people. There are people making good or evil decisions. The good or evil is mostly applied as a label. But if you really sit down and think about the history, I don't think there's such a thing. But continuing to read the sentence, Mr. Resby says, I could see through whatever deflections or genuineness is present, and to me this definitely feels genuine. And with that, you won't mention the topic. It could be quite heavy. Appreciate that. I wouldn't shut the conversation down like that, but we are wanting to try to like wrap things up, yeah? I am having some barbecue barn for dinner tonight, so I'm looking forward to tonight's food. I can watch that over a good shoe on head video or something, and kind of go from there. I believe we have, yep, 2 more, just 4 more to go, and then we can call it good for the stream. Mr. Raspy says, I think it's a great talk too, and I'm fine settling on that. And not to put any pressure or whatever, but you mentioned something about clothes in the washing machine. Too true! Too true. But I said washing machine, I meant dryer. I don't know why I said washer. I think I was just used to saying it. I meant dryer. My clothes are in the dryer. They're fine if they sit in there for a few more minutes. While we clean up the rest of today's Korok seeds before moving on. This has been a roller coaster today, guys. I really do mean that. I appreciate you guys hanging with me. And, bearing when the subject matter gets a bit dark. I know that's not an easy sit, and I totally get if people left over that. Look, there are some people that are just not here for anything but a good time. I totally get that. But for those that did stay or game, I would like you to not hit the side of the plate. Okay, tossing things has generally not been... You're kind of back to just having to feel it out. That's fine. I guess that's this one. Yeah, that's this one. I know it's been a whirlwind, but I do appreciate people hanging with me. One of the things I sort of pride myself on as a content creator is that I'm not like other content creators. I am not the, we're not going to say anything out of fear of corporate sponsors, right? Like, always positive, never keeping our heads in the real, burying our heads in the sand because we all want to escape. I'm not that type of person. Yeah, there are times I want to escape. I'm human. I have that tendency, but I pride myself on providing a space for us to talk about real things, because that's real life. Real people deal with bad, toxic stuff. There's ways to go about it that aren't so bald-faced and upfront, because there are children listening, and I don't think parents would appreciate if we talked about that stuff all the time. Like, there's treading and walking a line, right? That's ultimately what I'm trying to say is I try to stride that line between not talking about every depraved, lewd subject under the sun, but also not being a corporate clean place either. And that is a hard balance to achieve. And I'm not saying I've achieved that. Hold on. Where did it go? What did I just mark off? Oh, I marked off one. Okay, I get what I did. Yep, got it. That would have been one I missed for sure if I wasn't paying attention, because it was on a regional border. Okay. I'm not saying I've achieved that balance of, like, streams that you can talk about a litany of things and nothing bad happens. I still have Twitch terms of service to follow. But I'm truly blessed to have an audience that understands what that terms of service entails and what the spirit of it entails. It's about being fair to human beings. not being an ist or phobe, but also understanding why people take the positions that they do on these things. And if the position is not just one of, oh, these people are subhuman, like subhuman scum that deserve to be put to the sword, if it's not a statement like that, you know, and someone can show that they're capable of being persuaded to change, then you have that conversation. Oh, I'm looking in the wrong place. Ooh, whoopsie. Let's fix that and get a picture in the meantime. I want to be the person that can have discussions like the one we're having today. Even if it was really, really freaking hard, I had the conversation. You know, and if the roles were reversed, I would also want to be the mediator for a similarly hard conversation. That's not gonna work. I have to be from higher up, or we gotta actually dive up the top of the hill. One of those things has to happen. I want us to be able to talk religion, philosophy, politics, while, you know, bearing in mind what the legal laws are. You know, don't... If you're in Saudi Arabia, you know, don't talk about things for your own health. If you need to dip out to not talk about the Saudi royals, do that. Don't talk about things if it means you get to live. But, or if it avoids beheading or, you know, imprisonment, do that. But outside of that, it's nice. I'm happy that I have cultivated a space where I think people can talk about a litany of things like this. I know I used like 80 helper verbs and transition words there, but I hope people got what I was trying to say, even if it wasn't the most artful execution of it. Something that I have to work on for writing adult romance novels, for sure. Look, there's a gold mine to be had with Morning Glory Milking Farm. You know, cheesy bad book. I intend to take advantage of it. I intend to take advantage of it. Ah, yes. Another one where it wants you to literally pull a plug and watch it boing, just bounce out of the water there. Plop. Sorry, I'm doing the streamer thing of sometimes making random noises. So sorry. You know, I have not yet shed a tear, but my body feels like it is recovering from being an outright mess. I hate it. Did I really? I don't feel like I've gotten them all for some strange reason, but I think I did. I think I did actually get them all, and even if I didn't, there is always next time. I also have a deviated septum, so part of me being stoved and stuffed up is for that reason, but just warding off depression without the tears, or warding off the depressive episode without the tears, already gets me in a stuffy mood. Anyway, I hope everyone enjoyed the this totally non-depressive episode of The Legend of Zelda Tears of the Kingdom. I cannot believe we are 60 episodes in, and we are right about halfway with the game. If we keep going at this pace, there's going to be 120 episodes in the LP before it's over. I want to try not to do that. I want it to be like under 100, but if I can't, you know, then so be it. And 100 is like streamed episodes, not like bonus extra videos or whatever. Well, my fine friends, in the interest of recovering from today's conversations, as well as, you know, preparing to receive dinner, help my folks with other stuff, get ready for tomorrow. I'm going to cut and run today. But you guys have been truly a blessing. Thank you so much for hanging out with me and listening to me prattle at you for 4 hours plus. My lovely senators and inductees, my name is Coin. Change in your pocket is pretty easy to remember. This has been truly an episode of all episodes. Do take care of yourselves. Do stay safe out there. You're welcome in my hallowed halls anytime, whether that be Discord, Twitter, Blue Sky. And when I get the link up and running, Mastodon, I'm probably going to start posting food pictures on Instagram. So I'll have that set up. Well, we're going to have a few places to hang out and do things. Lots of things. I'll see you guys next time. And with that, goodbye and enjoy your weekend.